Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, folks. How's everyone doing today? Hey, Dominic. Hey, Etherling. Hey, Kenny. Hey, Martin and Collie. Hey, Joe and Bill. Hey, RC Eagle and Malfrey. Hey, Ken High and Raj and Derek. Hey, Tuxedo. Our folks. Hey, Malfrey. So we have here Delvin and Aetherling. GJ, thanks for becoming a member. Continuing your membership. Hey, Tinker Steve. Hey, Lord Goodface. How are folks? Look at this. 5 tool heads, all done. Hey, Mark. Hey, Brent. Hey, Justin. Hey, Obi. Oh, I put my phone away. Hey, Neokoi. How are you doing? Plague and Lost, Tuxedo, James. Look at this. These all turned out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with them. Nice and clean. Wiring is tucked. All the magnets are in them. Hey, Dr. Dave. Hey, JD, Cliff, Joe and Stuart. Hey, Wick, Deanna. Here to listen while busy with stuff. Good. I like being in the background while people do stuff. 5 tools versus my first tool. Still not ready. Need wiring. Had the wrong extruder. Oops. What cracked on the Mercury, if anything? I think it was the cooling ducts. I think it was the cooling ducts. I'm not done with that machine. I'll work on it some more. Let me get this out of the way. Aetherling, thank you for being a member. Switch wire build is now printing. Awesome. Hey, Border. Okay, what do we want to do here? Is that a good? That's a little too much background there. There we go. So, this is where we're at. Get the kind of dusty. It's a little dusty. It sits here in the garage. I did print this lower piece and test fit it. So this is the piece that you're supposed to, once you get most of this built, then you measure the gap and you scale this piece to fit. Hey, buddy. So that's on there. I did print its own panel clips. These 2 top ones are going to come off of here because those will get replaced by the top hat hinge. But the rest of these are on here. Philip Prince is still streaming. Yep. They'll come on over here when he's done. No problem. Oh, did I get it? That was a mosquito. Waiting for Micron parts, fun. Oh boy. Is it worth to build that tool changer if index is there in a moment? Well, they're different machines, there's very slight pros and cons to each of them. So this is a fun project. It's not going to stop being a fun project when Index comes out. Cat Clyde says hi to Oscar. Hello. Yep. He is really turning into my shop buddy. He comes out here even when I'm not streaming. He doesn't know what the difference. He still gets treats. The files for the backpack stuff on my GitHub. No, I didn't change anything on the backpack. So they're all on the Draft Shift GitHub. So everything here is just their files. The only mod that I've done is I used a mod that basically just turns this piece into just the number of tools that you're using. So I forgot to post, maybe I did. Maybe that is in the description. I think I did that live last time, so I didn't have to remember. So customizable tools versus more tools is how I look. That's a good distinction there, Danny. Okay, so let me pop this thing off. This little part here, this gray piece is very fragile. I think it's partially cracked right now just from me messing around with things. But we're gonna take all of these covers off for now. And these two are just held on with magnets. These clip on with features. So let's put these away right next to, I don't know if you can see me in the background here, but I have the Voron 2 Serial 0 frame here I've been working on. So when we start that build, the frame will be assembled because I don't want to take the time on camera to figure out where I want to hide the blemishes and scratches. So I figured I'd do that ahead of time. Nemi, welcome. And hey, Alex, I forgot to say hi. Lots of coffee this morning. Okay, where are we gonna go? I printed this piece for the skirt, so I got that with the keystone jack in there, so that's gonna go on there. And then I've started printing, but I haven't finished the other skirt pieces. So Thunder Keys has a pre-built files out there with a consistent hex. So he took the idea I did for Box Turtle and applied it back to Voron and produced modeled in hex skirts. So I've printed these so far, and these were printed on the Box Turtle. It's interesting that the Box Turtle can handle this super brittle, my Box Turtle can handle this super brittle gray filament, but my Core 1 cannot. So I was very surprised to find that that worked. And then the fan supports on the side, those are done. So these are my files to get this done. So, yep, those will go on at some point. And then I have the TPU umbilical boot stuff. I've been working on trying to improve the print quality on these, and I think I'm there mostly. It's fine. So for the M4 extruder, where did you get the 50mm shaft with flats? I cut it myself. I cut it myself. What's the gray filament? Dr. Dave, this is Polymaker's ASA carbon fiber 8%. It is the most brittle 8% carbon fiber filled filament I have ever seen. It is ridiculous. It prints good, but it snaps like nothing. I cannot actually print it on the Core 1 because there's a bend radius in there that's too tight. I don't think it's the bend going into the extruder. I could be wrong, but I suspect it's the neck extruder gear and idlers where it's breaking. I dry all of this literally for days before I print it. So, stop in and say hello. Hey, Spectra. 8 scale server stayed in Vegas. Awesome. My Core 1 did absolutely mangle some glass fiber ABS recently too. Yeah, I couldn't print the Ambrosia PCCF, this stuff. I couldn't print this stuff on the Core 1s either. It snaps. So my go-to for that stuff is the Gray Trident. But for that multicolor stuff, I've been using the Box Turtle and the Green V2. Hey, Vince. Hey, 3D Printcraft. Hey, Ranch Kid. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Crazy how brittle filament is. Looks good once it's printed, though. Yeah, I've been very happy with it once it's printed. Okay, let's get this guy some treats. And maybe he'll leave me alone a little bit. Are you ready? You ready? What? There. Tease. There it is. There it is. I love how he grabs it. It's my favorite. I have created an orange treat monster. That's okay. I can handle that. See how high we'll go. Will we go really high? Way up here. Way up here. Here it is. Here it is. Do you want it? There you go. Good job. Hey, tactical printing. Here. Clean off my finger. You're so good. You've learned not to bite. Okay, now you can go right here. There you go. Okay. Hey, charming chimera. Can you recommend a top hat model for the Trident? I need more room for reverse bowden tube, an umbilical stealth burner. It's 300mm bed. I haven't tried any of them, Kenneth. I need to try or figure out something, but I don't have a recommendation. Okay, let me close some windows here. I got too many things open. What is this? Where is this? There it is. Let me close a few things. Too many things open. So my plan today is going to be to work on getting the Hexa board powered and data, and then I think I'd like to get it powered on. I want to make sure that it will home and that we can see this board, and then we'll work on some umbilical stuff going over to the tool heads and get a tool head going, that kind of stuff. So we'll do some basic updating the printer and stuff like that. So I've got lots of windows here. Don't need that, don't need that. Who's going to Smurf? I got my Smurf travel plans all set. Who's going to Rocky Mountain? I got my hotel booked. Here, Chapman. Yeah, sorry, I'm closing out windows I don't need. Okay, let's go here. This is user mods, but let's go back. I don't know if we do anything here. I think pretty much we kind of on our own from this point. So let's work on getting power to this guy. I'm planning on 3D Printopia, John. I don't have anything booked yet, obviously. It's likely end of September, early October. Ticket reservations start for Rocky Mountain. I'm not sure, ASM. I just booked my hotel since we know when it is. I don't think you'll see that board since it's basically just a USB hub. Does it have a process? Is it? Okay. Well, we'll make sure that it gets power, you know, that kind of stuff. Get things going. Yeah, we'll look at the documentation for it if there's any. Philly, yeah. I'm planning on doing Orange County again. That's not planned yet, but I'm going to. I'm expecting to do Orange County. Here, let's do this. It's folks like this. I probably let it die. So let's get it charged up and watch its little startup. That's its startup thing. So let's do that. It's moving to Philadelphia. I don't know. That's going to end up being more costly. I'm not sure. I'm super thrilled with the change. It's going to be hotels are going to be more expensive. It's going to be harder for non-company exhibitors. And for those exhibitors on the edge of being a company, it's going to be really harder because of the load in, load out requirements. So got my hotel and tickets for Smurf. Nice. Nice. Be sure to say hi. I will see you there. Okay, what do we want to do? We need to get power to this thing. So I think we'll start here, and everything extra will be down in the under deck. let's see what we have here. We have a big old fat. I got extra. I'm gonna have extra wires for days because I'm gonna cut this short. I'm gonna cut this shorter than it needs to be. So this guy goes to the Hexa, and these are well labeled, 24 volts and ground. So let's do that. Let's get our proper. Maybe we get to use the bigger proper driver for this. Bigger proper driver. Convince the wife that a trip to Rocky Mountain this year would be a good family vacation. Awesome. Any plans for a monolith build? I'd assume at this point you'd rather wait until the LDO CNC monolith gantry. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that. I'm not sure. I know this doesn't need to go up through here. I don't know if it's going to be helpful to go up through here, but that seems like a decent spot to go through if they'll fit. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll keep it out of the way. Take the USB through that side, power through this side. I don't know anything about the rest of how this is supposed to go, and there's not a lot of documentation on it. So if any of the draft shift guys chime in, I'll try to pay attention. Corner cam just went black for a second. Corner cam. Oh, did it? Huh. It does that occasionally. I don't know why. Need Murph to move. Yeah, I'm probably not going to Murph this year because I'd like to go to Jerf. And Jerf is going to be a big commitment. And I just don't know if I can afford to take the time. There is a lot of wire here. So let's get this turned over. I'm going to pull the tool heads off just so they don't fall. I haven't adjusted and secured the extra magnets there, so where can I find more info and specs on that board? I would guess, but I'm not sure. LDOmotion.com. Let's find out. Murph 25 it was too moist. It was very moist. All the festivals should move to Iowa. Iowa's a nice central location. Inconvenient for most everyone. Okay, let me come up here. Let's go. Let's see what we have here. Let's see if we can find any documentation. So LDO Motion, is this under products? Here's the Nighthawk Hexa. That's what we got here. And features, documentation, LDO docs, LDO GitHub. That's nice. That's not a link. This is something that LDO really needs to polish up. Oh, here we go. So this really should be links down here. If you're going to put this here, documentation, LDO docs, LDO GitHub. Let's make those links, guys. Fortunately, we can come up here. Let's go LDO docs. Hey, Control. Hey, another CG. Liz, welcome. I saw Nurgorot. Hello. It's turned out really good looking. Still wish it was wrapped firmware, but I'm sure Clip will do just fine. Okay, so Nighthawk Hexa is a 6+1 board. Port USB hub. Let's see what we have here. It's just a USB hub. It integrates capability of 6 Nighthawk USB adapters. Oh, USB 2. Okay, so this is effectively this times 6. Basically. So there's no special firmware stuff to do with it. This is the little board that goes underneath. This is an old version of it. You get what I mean. Hey, Wayne. Let's see here. Dedicated power protection, 30 amp current rating. There's an extra USB-A port. Allows you to plug in any standard USB device, a webcam, flash drive, Arduino, etc. And the movie arrival lamp, yeah. So you have this going out to whatever boards, 24 volt power, and all of the things. Activity lights. This is good information. Pin out. Looks like they've documented this well. I think the links on the other product page are a little confusing, but whatever. They're most of the way there. It's a USB hub, basically. Yep. Okay, let's turn this thing on its side and get this big old piece of wiring managed. Okay. Oh, that is not light. 7-port hub with some power protection. Nice. ASA-GF has 6 breakout 2 that I like because they are fused for each tool, but it's CAN, not USB. Okay. These are fused for each tool as well. So I think we just pass this through here and we can probably run a couple of zip ties along the way just to clean it up. Hey, buddy. Gee, this is some thick wire. What did we see? This is 12 gauge, I think is what it said. Look at it here closer in a second. Hey, Greenbeard. Hey, Spanner. Okay. Go. So what we have here is the underskirt, the electronics compartment. I'm looking for the labeling. Oh, here we are. What do we have here? $12 gauge, yep. 12 gauge wiring. Now, the box came with extra crimps. So I'm not gonna feel too bad cutting this and stripping it and putting on a new end. So I don't have to figure out how to manage all of this. Take a few laps around the electronics bay, but this will be really nice to have in my spare wire collection. But I'm gonna come down here along the bottom here and up into the 24 volt power supply. So what I have here is a Leviathan controller with the expansion board. That way I have 4 5160 drivers and those are running the Z steppers. So the Z steppers, because one of the most important parts of this build is tool changing, and the more capability we have in the Z motion, the faster we can do tool changes. So that's some good spare wire. Yep. A few laps around the bay would be a coil. Yes. Dude, I gave you treats. You're supposed to chill for a bit. Oscar knows no chill. Dude. Get a little lovin'. He likes this position. Usually. Really? You're the one that begged for it. Okay. Let's go down here. I think we'll have to take 1. 2. Down in there. Then we're gonna go under all of this. He does not pair it. Felix is more likely to pair it than Oscar. Felix likes, if you bend down to pick something up off the floor and he's in the area, he will jump on your back. Four motors and not a lot of travel, but it's still a cool build. The draft shift guys have had really good luck running 48 volts on Z, so I'm following many cues from those guys. What just dropped? Oh, I think that just hit the bottom there and made an extra loud noise. Okay, so that's gonna go tuck in there, and it's gonna make this turn. Tuck along here. It's going to make this turn. Come right around into here. So we're going to cut this. I think we're good. We'll let that be a little loose here. That's okay. Let's cut that right there. Yeah. Other than print head weight itself, is there any reason 3D printer designs the electronics so tightly fitting that a normal person has difficulty with maintenance? What do you mean in general? I think it's just overall printer footprint. You don't want it to take up your whole... Oh, shoot. I wanted to grab those and squeeze those on the end there. I wonder if I can still do that. Too packed? Well, I mean, there's always that compromise between how much space the printer takes up on your workbench and... So where else do you put stuff? Pulling this heat shrink off, I'm going to reuse it. So heat shrink, I am going to re-stretch it a little bit, just with some pliers. Stretch that out just a bit. That. Pull this off here to get a little extra room. This is going to go like that. And that's going to go on there. Go. Then I don't know. Do I have stripper that will do? I do somewhere, but probably not in my stuff right here. It'll do 12 gauge. Well, that one will. That one says 12. Old Craftsman. So, and then I want the smaller of the terminal connectors here. Then I get to use the yellow side of the big crimpers here. Yeah, all good points in chat there. Okay, 12 gauge. How much wire do I want there? Probably about 1/4 inch, 6 millimeters. we go. It's going to go that way, so we're going to put this guy right there. There we go. There's one. I wonder if that'll do the little trick of heating it up and cleaning it up. Need lighter printers. Well, there's a big argument for heavier printers. Let's see what this does, just for fun. It is. It is a bit. It just gets rid of some of the crimp harshness. Are your supplies only 350 watts? So I'm running two supplies, one 24 volts and one 48. The 24 volt is 350 watt and the 48 volt is 200 watt. There's no reason to do that other than to kind of smooth those out. But in case I need it some more, I need to actually charge battery. Hey, Steve. Hey, Dominic. This guy on. C charger. Okay. That's going there, so let's out a bit and re-shrink this. Like that. There we go. Trying to wire mine up right now. I'm thinking a 48 volt 350 is too small for all axes. 48 volts. I mean, it's only going to be powering the steppers, right? So okay, 24 volt. Oh yeah, these power supplies don't have that, and it's a regular Phillips. There, nice and tight, and there, nice and tight. One full amps on each stepper. Yeah, I suspect you'll be okay. I think Steve said it's a 24 millimeter on the Trident he put it on. Which one? Do you have to run two power supplies for index? No. No, because this has a heater per tool head. The index only has one heater. Are we talking about core 1 space lost with index, no idea. Okay, this can go away. Good extra wire. That is there. That's nice and clean. Now we've got came with a big ol' USB cable that I'm guessing is going to be similarly way too long. Regular Phillips, Robertson, Podsy, choose your tool wisely, yes. Index has one here, yep. Okay, so this guy is gonna go up in here, and connect right there. And then, yeah, this is quite long. I wonder if I have anything that is a little more appropriately sized. Break out the USB cable box. I need to split these out to different things. Oh yeah, that may not. Oh yeah, that's gonna be way better. And it's still a nice, looks like a nice quality cable. Let's double check that it's data. So I got this little device off of Amazon quite a while ago. It's Ratrig. It's really handy. It's got a battery in it, so I don't need to hook it up, but we've got what do we do here? It's here, and the different USB styles down here. On. Right on. No. So we've got data is good. None of these tests is actual USB 3. I don't know if I've had any, but that's what we really need, is just data and power. And it does. So this is Ratrig. I just bought this off of Amazon. It's a USB cable tester. It just gives me some information on, yeah. Come on, Murphy. You're gonna get Bill chatting with you. Okay. Shorter cable. The cable it came with will work just fine. I just don't need to, I don't want to run more cable than is required. So let's go the other way. Up through here. Can I test the USB lead? Yeah, absolutely. There. And oh, that one actually tests as USB 3. Interesting. Well, that's nice. Hey, Benny. Congrats on your filament win last week. That has no case or screen. That has been a handy little tool. I don't use it often, but it's nice when I do need it. Oh yeah, that is so much nicer. Just a little bit. Doop. Just comes up through here, around here. Look how much cleaner that is. I don't think it'll be a problem. I think that cable, the cable I chose here, will be fine. If anybody has any idea, any good information on whether I'm wrong, let me know. But we'll go with it for now. Oh, that, yeah, this, you can cycle through some other screens on that tool. It's not just that, it's not just that. That is a perfect length cable though. Which hub, the Hexa that came, this is the LDO Hexa, Nighthawk Hexa that came with the kit I'm using. So if I take that and figure out where my zip ties went, there they are. Let's clean this up a little bit. I don't think it needs USB 3 to work. None of this is USB 3. Correct me if I'm wrong, Draft Shift folks, but I don't think it needs USB 3 to work. Just gonna somewhat loosely zip tie that to these two spots. Yeah, this is 24 volts going to the Hexa. I'm just going to pull both of these up to there, and this is going to get tucked in here a little more, just like that. There, works. Yeah, it's blue on the end. I'm pretty sure this one was white. Yep, it definitely within what is expected. Nothing Clipper is 3.0 to my knowledge. Agreed. I'll throw a couple of zip ties here to hold the USB cable in place. Just hold it on the opposite side here. Not tight, just enough to hold it in place. That's all. Hey, Mr. V8 Rick. Not required, but better. Why would it be better? Is it a power? Is it wire gauge? I can see some of that. But otherwise, why would it be better? Bigger number better? Or actual technical reason why it's better? Wire gauge, I can see. Okay, there is that. That is good. That is good. What am I missing here? Am I missing anything to power this on? I've got end stops plugged in. I still need to do the Z end stop. The sex ball, the Chicago ball. Oh, we can put this guy on. So let's put this in place. Do I have those in the stuff it came with? Yep, I got a couple here and a couple of 3x8s. Oh, that's an M3x6 tuck in there somehow. Maybe because you're connecting it to 5 devices. It's a hub. It's not going to care if it's, as long as it's getting something. We will see. If we have any problems, I will revisit. But until we have problems, I'm not going to overcomplicate things. The cable is not run for the ball end stop. I need to do that still. Another opportunity to use long boy. USB 3 has higher data rate. Once I went to for a CAN bus, I quit having issues. Okay. Your system, I mean, all the different parts of it need to have that. Which panel clips am I using? These are ones I'm pretty sure Hart K modeled. They're based on the older Voron stuff, which are what the Annex ones are based on. I'm on the fence about actually installing Clipper on mine. What is the process for homing with this? Do you need to manually mount a tool first, or can it find tool 0? That's a good question for the draft shift folks. I'm not 100% sure. This will home the carriage all on its own though, except for Z. So X and Y, we're gonna home X and Y just to make sure everything's working right. CAN bus, but was always crimps. I had issues with USB, but got it fixed with higher quality USB. Okay, we are good. The cable, the USB cable I grabbed here appears to be a nicely molded, thick cable. So I'm not worried about it. If we have any issues that we could point back to USB, then we'll revisit that. But for right now, I think it's fine. I'd rather the cable length be correct, as long as we're still using what appears to be a quality cable. Yep, uses tap as Z, so tool on the shuttle home Z. Yep. I'm just kind of looking at this and making sure I'm not missing anything. So we have 24 volts, 48 volts. I made a little jumper in here to connect 48 volts to 48 volts in on the Leviathan. I have all the steppers hooked up. The bed is all hooked up. We're gonna have some issues with the firmware when I plug it in that I'll have to disable a bunch of things before we can get it to home. But how to determine a good USB cable? Just from visual inspection, it's just a nicely molded cable. It's thick, it's not super thin. If you compare cables, you can sometimes tell one that's poorly made versus one that appears to have had some care. Okay. Let's see. Let's power it on with it like this. We get maximum, maybe we can get that view there for maximum potential smoke capture. Let's turn the switch off first before we plug it in. Okay, we ready? And we'll zoom in a little bit, get a little better view of any smoke. Let's do it using an eddy current sensor, but possible without. Typically you're home without a tool, but not QGL, correct? Build his own USB cables. No, that's a bit much. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3, on. Woohoo, lots of red lights. All the lights. Red lights on the Leviathan and green lights on the Hexa. Okay. We're gonna get, but no smoke. No sparks. No smoke. All the lights. We got, yep, Pi lights are on. So let's see what we got here. V2 blue. Woohoo. It's going to be angry, but USB box away. Price 10 connectors, battery holder, switch, and voltage regulator probably would cost more than the production board. For what board? Okay. This is going to have all kinds of trouble here. We're going to be going through a lot of... Oh, that might still be on here. Change the name to V2 Blue StealthChanger. Nah, it's okay. It'll stay V2 Blue. I could change it to SC Blue, but nah. This was using Eddy NG, which is why the repo is dirty. Yeah, we've got lots of issues that it's going to run into. What do we want to do? Got that hooked up to USB. What I think I may do is back up all the stuff and re-image this. What are we on right now? Bullseye? So we can re-image this to at least Bookworm or whatever the latest image out there is. Is there any, Nick, you guys, I think I want to just re-image this card. Back up the history. I got almost 2,000 hours of history here. Is there any reason not to go to the latest mainsail OS image? We can do that relatively quick. Plus it's another good reminder on what we can do to back up all of this. Not Trixie? Well, whatever, I think the newest image, whatever it is. Killer Prince is coming on in, raiding in from their stream. I'd go light and Kiao. Oh, I don't like Kiao. I don't like to use it when I don't have to. I will though, because that's what Nick said we should do. Let's do it. We have not, I don't know that I've gone through that full process on here, so let's do it. Kiao has gotten better since they've changed, and this was a while ago, quite a while ago they changed, to putting stuff in standard locations. That was my biggest gripe in the beginning, was things were not put in standard locations. Well, we'll do that. So let's get this backed up. First of all, we are going to bring up a prompt and log in. Oops, pi at v2blue.local. So this is going to turn into a bit of a firmware or software setup today, but sudo service moonrake, or oh, let's stop Clipper. Stop. And we're going to stop Moonraker too. Okay, so that kills that. Now we're going to bring up WinSCP. Where did you go? There we are. And do I have V2 Blue on here? I do not. New site. V2 Blue. Username pi. Okay, it masks it. Just making sure. And log in. Add. So my question is, how does this compare to the new index system that has 8 heads on a Prusa one for like $400 or so? It does not have 8 heads for $400. It's more like $700, right? $699, $599, $600 or $700. Okay. Here we are. Let's go into printer data, database. We want that. Let's go here under projects, go down to V2 Blue. We'll folder, directory, backup, 260111. Okay. So here, we're going to back up the database. And we're gonna, all of our config stuff is here. Let's just grab it all. Copy this here. Cannot open, okay, shake and tune, we can skip that. That's fine, that's probably a symlink of some sort, right? That's why that errored. What is TMC Auto Tune? TMC Auto Tune is a plugin for setting some of the very specific TMC registers to be tuned for specific stepper profiles. Did I get that right? Is that a good explanation? Is it Andrew McGregor who came up with that plugin? Is that right? Hey, Clownhammer. Hey, Reth. Okay, config there. G codes. This is, yep, I want that. I like keeping all of my history here. Hey, Kaggle. Just a matter of a few months. I'm more worried about the printing performance. There's no doubt top tier, but curious if the index can print as fast well as this. I would expect them to be equivalent. It's all about your tuning, all about the setup. There's so much of this that's more about similar to any printer, just your specific setup, tuning. Hey, Luke, welcome. You're not going to get a good answer from me comparing. And in the history of the channel, I don't like to compare similar things against each other. I will talk about, and I'm going to show you the build process for things with the idea that you can draw your own conclusions. While we are doing this, I could just grab another SD card, and that just gives us another level of backup, and we can start imaging that. Yeah, that will work. Throw that in there. And make sure this shows up. It's not showing up. Why is that not showing up? Maybe that one's not good. A different one. This is only a 16 gig, but I think that'll be okay. Does that one show up? None of these are showing up. Is it the reader? Why isn't that showing up? I just simply don't like getting into that. Oh, there we go. Okay, I don't know why it took so long. Let's try the other one because I'd rather do a 32. See if that comes up. Oh. Here. Ooh, Pi Imager. There's a newer version. Yes. Let's grab the newest version of the Pi Imager. Download for Windows. Mic volume is very low for a few people every time. If you can turn me up, hopefully it works, but I'm not going to, I've turned everything up over the last several streams. So hopefully you can just turn me up. Save. Oh, they're up to 2.0 something. Let's close this. Close that. Let's, oh, it's still downloading. New interface? Oh, well, that'll be fun. Come on. Are you done? It's not quite done. Come on. I'm really low. So YouTube has been doing something weird. From what I gather, live performances are lower volume than when you watch the same thing on replay. I don't know what they're doing, but install. A previous was detected. It was a yes. Proceed. Next. I accept the agreement. I read it. You read it too, right? Anyone checked out the Fractal 5 Pro yet? Thoughts? No, I have no idea. Hey, Killer Prince. Let's create a desktop shortcut. Sure. Thanks for hopping in. And launch it. Launch it over here. Ooh, new interface. We have a Pi 4 here, right? Pi 4. Next, OS. We want the Pi Lite. So I think we need to go, where is it? Other general purpose OS, is that right? No. Where do they hide that? Where do they hide the Pi Lite? Raspberry Pi, there we go. Pi Lite, 64-bit. And this is Trixie. Is this gonna be? Heard some bad stuff, so let's go down. Is there a, here's Bookworm. There's only 32-bit Bookworm. I don't see a 64-bit Bookworm. Oh, maybe I keep logging. There we go. It did that not populate? Because I thought I scrolled further. 64-bit light. There we are. Bookworm 64-bit light. That's what we'll do. We'll give Trixie some more time. What is the mainsail OS version on? Let's find out. We go other specific purpose OS, and is this in here? 3D printing and mainsail. Clipper firmware with Moonraker. This does not say. I was just curious if it would say what they're using for the setup. I was just curious. It doesn't say. Does anybody know what Mateo and Meet You and stuff are using? Okay, let's go back here. Raspberry Pi other and light 64-bit Bookworm there. Next. Hasn't been updated to work with Trixie yet. Big one being Shake and Tune, although that update is due any day now and does work on the dev branch. Cool. They are using Bookworm still? Okay. This is not showing this drive, so that one's just simply not working. So we'll just throw this 16 gig version in. There we are. There we go. Next. A host name is a unique name that identifies V2 Blue. Next. Localization. I've not gone through this before. Is that? That's dumb. You can't start typing it? Where's the United States? Oh, well, that's weird. Up at the top? No. Capital city. Oh. Oh. Well, that's weird. Wow. What in the world? Why? It is very goofy. Why does it matter? Where's Pacific? Pacific? Time zone, Pacific, where's... Wow. Is there San Francisco, LA? What do they... This is really funky. Is there anything here? What do I put for America? Okay. Pi Foundation, you're drunk. This is really dumb. Is there a Los Angeles? There we go. This is not okay. This is really... Choose a user account. Okay. Okay, good. It masks it. Just making sure. Hey, Kid and Ray. Should be a search box at this point. That's it. Yeah. The particular setup of this is really kind of very weird. Next, enable, yep, that's fine. Oops, turn it on, yep. SSH, next. Okay, you're about to erase. I understand. Why did it have to give me, wait, did I need 3 seconds to read that? Make sure I read it before I clicked? There's a skip customization. Well, I wanted to customize all that stuff though. Yeah. Okay, is our copy of stuff done? Yes, it is. Is there anything else I want here? I don't think so. I think everything else is okay. I don't think I need any of this other stuff. Yeah. Hey, Blam. I copied my history already. I copied the database file. So we're good. Steve builds 3 seconds. Andrew, for the Fix a Pi Imager Fund. I'll take Sam out for a drink and convince her that it's awful and that she should push the the folks to fix it. Yeah, I try to keep the history alive on all my stuff, Nick, as well. Okay, this is almost done. Microphone placement on your shirt. When you leaned over, you were louder. Your beard is muffling the sound. Is it really? The microphone is right here. There. Is that better? Magnetically attached to my beard. Did this get better? Let's find out. It is. So what do I do? What should I do? Where else can I put my my mic? Actually does sound louder. Okay, well, I'll do the rest of the stream like this. We'll figure out a solution next time. Get a shotgun mic. The problem is I like to walk around. It's way better. That's awful. I don't like that. In the scenario of installing Clipper on a laptop, what operating system would be most suitable? I have no idea, Gucci Chief. I have no idea. I've never done it. Get a sound guy. I need a sound guy. I need a light guy. I need a sound guy. I need a camera guy. Anybody want to volunteer? Try it on your shirt, but off center. Yeah, we can try a few different spots. I'll put it on my shoulder next. I'll try it on my shoulder next. The magnet makes it real easy to move around. Volunteer as top shelf guy. I'll hold a boom. Okay, right, complete. Finished. This does kind of pull because it's like linking my under beard hairs to the front beard hairs. Only if I fly you out. Okay, that is done. So let's pull this out. And time to model a comfortable beard mic mount. What is the name of the funky lamp? That's a ferrofluid audio visualizer. Okay, let's turn this off. I think we're ready. So let's turn this off. Give that a second. It is a little crazy. I didn't expect it to impact the sound that much. The beard mic thing. So you guys have seen the channel Not an Engineer, right? That guy is absolutely hilarious. Love his stuff. Every time something comes out, he is one of his things is holding a mic with funky or using funky objects as a mic. I feel like this might get close to topping that. Let's pull this off. And put this one in. What size did I have in there before? Yeah, a 32 gig Samsung. There we go. And let's turn it on. Beard mount sure helped. Okay. What is the name of the funky? Oh, I answered that already. Clip it in a neck collar somewhere. Well, I put it right under here. I'll try it on my shoulder and see what happens. We'll try that here in a second. Okay, we should, if that's done booting up, it might not be. Takes a little bit. It's got to build the stuff. Oh, it might be ready. Takes a bit with resizing. Yeah, it's working on it. It's working on it. We'll give it a second. What board and power supplies are those? So this is Leviathan with their expansion board. While that's doing that. So it's Leviathan with expansion board, Pi 4. Meanwhile, UHP power supplies. This is a 200 watt 48 volt, and this is a 350 watt 24 volt. The 48 volt is only going for the 4 Z steppers on the 5160s here, and that's why I'm using the expansion board, is so I get 4 total 5160 outputs, and then the 24 volt is powering everything else, including these 12 gauge wires going to the Nighthawk Hexa USB hub. So let's see if this is ready to come up. Next mic to try. What is that? Actor microphones for theater. I don't know what, if that's going to a specific thing. This is not coming up yet. Oh, you're right. It's just PiOS. That's my brain fart there. But we should still be able to go here. There we go. Okay, so that's fine. That's my brain fart. Here, let's go over here. Let's clean up the known host file. Notepad, is that going to come up over here? No. So let's, there it is. Okay. Save that and try again. Oh. Okay. There is that. Okay, so you're not using Kiao. I never use Kiao, so I usually use an image. The only time I've used Kiao is when I wanted to put fluid on something. Oh, done with coffee. So we're gonna go to Kiao. There we go. And Kiao Clipper installation and update helper. So let's go down here to here. Copy that. Run that. So this is not a how-to because I don't do this often enough for how-to, but we'll figure it out. Do you put the covers on those cable management tracks? I do. They're all over on the table. I'll put them on when the build is mostly done. Okay, that is done. Download this script. It is necessary to have Git installed. If you don't have Git, once Git installed. Oh, that was installing Git. Oops. Once Git is installed, use the following command to download into your home directory. So let's copy that. This might have already been done, but it doesn't hurt to have run it. Now we're installing Kiao. Not a how-to on sub. Okay, we're gonna move the mic. We're gonna try shoulder location. Oops. Hopefully I didn't. Can you still hear me? I hit a button on it on accident. Can you hear me still? Let's see. Can you hear me? Yes, you should still be able to hear me. It might be quieter. It looks like it's probably quieter. It's not good. Too far from my mouth. Wow. I guess we got the new mic location. Nope, that's not centered enough. That was a bad idea. Okay. There. Get the beard hairs relaxed. There we go. Okay. This is now the new mic location. Hey, Leonard. Perfect. Good. I could start wearing a hat. Okay, that is installed. Finally, start KL by running the next command. Here we go. Copy that. Apparently, that's the best location. The sound is really better. Okay. Okay. Anything here? I think it's kind of self-documented from here. So what are we going to do? We are going to... All the things are not installed. Clipper, Moonraker, mainsail, and Clipper screen and such. So we're going to install. And we're going to install Clipper. We're just going to go in order. Number of Clipper instances. Default is 1. Create example printer config. Sure, it doesn't matter. We'll override it. Beard-friendly mic mount. I'll try. I have a hat over here that's comfortable. We'll try a hat here in a second and see how it sounds. Okay, we'll get this installed. I bet you if I set it up right, I could get it here with enough beard hairs in front of it to not mess with the sound, but you wouldn't be able to see it. How it works, but without up aimed light, people may complain about the shadows on the face. Ah, yeah. To gray my cover and it would blend right in. Well, fudge. I liked, this was so convenient to just clip it to my shirt. The MCU firmware is current enough for the latest version of Clipper. It probably is, but it needs to be flashed anyway because it was EDNG before. So we're going to go through and do all the latest, get things up to date, get the... Plain or walnut. Installing Clipper. Oh, well, I guess I'll show that later. On your shirt wasn't that quiet. People just use your volume. Well, yeah. If this is better overall, then I got to figure something out. That's a good question. Is there a quality difference or is it just a sound difference? Now, I've already bumped my volumes all over the place, but... How do you get electronics without having to take all your tools off every time? What do you mean? Just sound. Quality is still good. So I got built-in like wind muffling. Or my beard down the center, just run 2 pigtails. Beard stays, we engineer around it. Exactly. Just louder because it's close to your mouth. Everything was fine when it was on your shirt. I think technically there's some more leeway in the Windows microphone volume settings. While we're waiting for some of this stuff, let's find out. Microphone settings. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, we're back here. Your current user group. User is not in that group. It's possible that you won't be able to successfully connect. Add user pi. Sure. Okay, now we're going to install Moonraker. Create example. Yes. So for those that cannot afford a half dozen tubes, what's the go-to hot end to use these days? I'm going to use LDO Vorons in this. I think the magnets in the docks are going to be strong enough to hold them in place, but we'll find out as far as when you tip the printer. Will you ever do a garage tour? I see some cool stuff up there. We could. Hey, Trex. Hey, Joel. Ooh, settings. Settings, sound settings, input, microphone. Windows, I've changed this. So Windows keeps changing my microphone volume, and I told it not to. So these settings here, oops, Windows keeps changing this. I bumped this way up a couple of streams ago, trying to fix this low audio issue. And it's changed it back. I hate Windows. Absolutely hate Windows. I'm getting more and more fed up with it. How do I get around that? How do other people get around that? Okay, this is still installing. Here, let's see if this actually makes a difference. So just a heads up. Well, I can't go to Linux. I need Fusion. I need Fusion. I'm doubling that. Did that change my volume? I'm just curious if this even makes a difference. But Nero isn't streaming from Linux. Is that way louder? Yeah. So now the question is, let's put my mic. It's quite loud. Let's see if... Okay. Now microphone is back on the shirt. How is that? How am I there? So now we're gonna keep moving on this. We're gonna do mainsail here. Download the recommended mainsail config, yes. Configure mainsail for port 80, yes. Muffled by beard again, but it's good but not as crisp. Good but muffled. Here, we're gonna keep playing around. Just move this still forward, not all the way to the shoulder, but away from the beard a little bit more. So, little muffled again, your beard is essentially a pop breath filter. Yeah, it's good to have a volume knob. Yes, it is. Let me bump this up even a little more. Let me know if this gets too loud. Let's go here, and I can just make sure I check my sound settings before streams if I need to. That's clear, still muffled. Let's see how that goes. I'm gonna leave that right there. Okay, next thing. So mainsail is installed. That's really good, better. This volume is perfect. Needs more cowbell. You're right. It always needs more cowbell. Sounds fine. Okay, we're gonna go right there. And the commercials kick in after I watch the old streams. They're loud. Yeah. Quieter, but high frequency is better. Okay, so I'll just move this over to the side. Usually I just have it completely hidden by the beard, but we'll leave it right there and see how that does. And maybe I'll move it over here because I'm usually looking over here. So when I look, there, let's try that. See how that does. Okay. Did this already do 5? Seems to be already installed. So let's go. No. Okay. Back. So clipper is installed. Mainsail is installed. Clipper screen we will install, but I'm not going to yet. Good enough is good enough. Awesome. If anybody who was not satisfied with the volume before and is satisfied now, that is a great thing. Okay, let's quit. I think that is there. Now I can go and do I still have any of my, nope. Let's get rid of this. Change it to calico. Hey, Garrett. Crow's nest, is that just the, here. Do I need crow's nest? Is that extensions? What is, how do you how do you install crow's nest? It does camera, I missed it. Where have you put the mic now? It's right here, to the side of my beard. To the side, it's not being covered. It was way up here. Let's just quit. I don't need it right now. Now we're going to sudo service Moonraker stop. Now we're going to go back to WinSCP and refresh. Okay, that's fine. Reconnect and add. There we go. Now we're going to go into printer data and database. We're going to grab our database files. We don't really need the lock file, but whatever. Copy it here and yes, overwrite. Okay, so those are overridden. And then our G codes and oh, why here? That shouldn't have anything there. There we go. Refresh. Control. Oops. Copy that and copy those there. That is the camera project. I don't have a camera on this yet. I want to put a camera on it, but not yet. Sound is better. Was it just the mic volume you boosted up? If so, you might need to also bump up the music volume at some point as well then. Is the can you not hear the music? I mean, I can bump it a little bit, but I don't like the music to be very loud. I like it to just be barely. The music is okay at this level. Good background, awesome. Awesome. What'd you send me there, Bill? Check out these. Okay. Music was fine. It might be a little bit boosted now. If you need Fusion, your only choice other than Windows is a Mac. I think they have fixed the Rosetta stuff now. So I am switching to a Mac for my daily driver. I bought a used MacBook Pro, M3 Pro, MacBook Pro 16-inch that I'm transitioning over to using as my daily driver. I don't have plans on where to mount the camera on this yet. I need to figure it out. Garage heater and 2 printers drown out music, yeah. Hey, VBEC, welcome. Today is a lot of configuration because I want it to home, and then we'll get into adding tools. Someday Fusion will run on Linux, but it is not today. You can get it to work, but it's not consistent enough, and I need it to be rock solid. As solid as Fusion can be, which admittedly depends. But I need to be in a supported configuration. So Fusion doesn't support Linux. So that helped. Good. Never got a good result. Yeah. It'll never be. I have very few crashes, almost no crashes with Fusion, to be honest. It has been pretty darn stable for me. I know that's not everybody's experience, but it's the thing with Fusion because your job you just prefer. It is what I'm used to. I pay for a full Fusion license. I don't have a strong need or desire to try anything else, and after Mandic's experience with SolidWorks Maker Edition, I have zero desire to try theirs. Car alarm is going off. Someone accidentally said it looks like. Yeah. Latest Fusion updates have been stupidly stable for me. It looks like they got a lot of the Mac stability issues fixed. That's cool. Price of PC parts later, may as well just get a Mac, but I will probably jack stuff up as well. Yeah, the MacBook I got I think it has a little bit of a RAM bump. It's 36 gigs. M3 Pro. I think it'll work well. I got a nice dock for it. One of the big reasons is I want my old PC to be the backup. I don't trust this PC I'm streaming on right now long term. I've already had to replace the motherboard on it once, so I'll have my other PC ready to swap in if this one fails. Mic is very loud now. Well, that's good. I'm really irritated that Windows apparently, because I did bump that up. Fusion is a single core app, so fast processor and much memory as you can get is good. Let's see. We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament in another hour and 18 minutes. So be sure to get your entry in. We are doing the new roll the Steve Cube thing. If you don't know what that is, you'll see in an hour and 18 minutes. Just looking stream chat. Oh. It's almost done. I wouldn't mind checking out FreeCAD a little closer, but I do use the cam stuff in Fusion, so I don't know how much that's matured in FreeCAD. I think FreeCAD has cam now, is that right? But Onshape is never an option. Dominic, no time in the foreseeable future. There's plenty of things that could be worked on, but I can't give you any promise that it would be any time. What do we have here? Probably figure out, I wonder how many people pause and see what I've printed. As long as it doesn't open this cat, I think it'll be fine. Start making some troll leak file names. Hey, Holt. I don't like the feeling Fusion at any time could say, nope, you don't have access to your files anymore. I don't think they would, but I get the idea. Oh, so Dominic, so my profile, and this is kind of a legacy, and I've made copies of that profile. So in the post-processing in Prusa Slicer, that is based on my 320 millimeter spec Voron. So ages ago, I made a print profile, and I had it output saying it's intended for my original V2, which is serial number 449, but it's a 320 millimeter spec frame. That's what that's coming from. All of those say underscore V320 because that's a legacy of something I've never fixed in the print settings, in the output settings. Hey Neil. We are sitting here just playing with microphone volumes and talking about Fusion and other CAD applications and how much Windows sucks, and while we wait for things to copy. That is all on the printer, yes. We're going, it's almost done. Almost done. I don't need all these files on there. Mostly I just wanted the print history. I could probably get rid of the G-code files older than a certain date. It's not like I'm ever going to go back and print them. BIM is in Building Information Manager. You do that at work. I have an architecture group that does a lot of that. Almost done. PT1000 temp misreading. I saw some of your messages there, Ella. Temperature reading in these printers in general is kind of an interesting topic. Okay, that is done. So, and then, what do I want? I guess I can grab the, come on. There we go. Refresh. There we go. Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. Yeah, I don't know, Ella. Config. Let's grab the printer config. Overwrite it, but do I need anything? Oh yeah, I want the Stealth Printer LEDs. And probably, I don't know if we'll end up redoing any of that, but I don't think I need anything else. Gurgman, thank you for the gifted memberships. Change anything else, so maybe a red herring. Okay, let's go back here. Now we should, oops, we can start Moonraker back up. Connecting, initializing. Woohoo, we're gonna have errors, of course. But we've got a bookworm host, and let's refresh that. Is that correct? Upgrade any packages. Just make sure it's all up to date. Might as well, right? Hey, Kyle. How are you? There was only 27 packages here. It should be relatively quick. Have you moved to an NVMe or a SATA drive on the RPi yet? I have on some of them, but not this one. This is just an SD card. Hey, Zarp. Got a lot of docs updated on your doc site. Nice. Hey, Troy. Recent Calico is updated, but you need to run command to get it to the right repo. We'll post the commands in your Discord. Nice. Thank you. When I move to an NVMe on the RPi 5, yeah. I have that. I have a Pi 5 and an NVMe running on the Micron. Okay, that is done. So now we are going to, what do I have going on here? Was this a, this is a new, a new Leviathan for this build, I think. So let's see what we have here. We need, is catapult on here? Use SATA to USB on RPi 5, won't go back. Next is NVMe, but SATA is so much cheaper. Let's see. Catapult is not part of the, here. Was catapult part of this? What is 4? No. I've not played with any of this. E? No. Need to install separate. Well, what good is it then? Catapult, GitHub. I didn't see it under extensions unless I just missed it. But let's throw it on here. Building. Here we go. We can just copy this. Git clone. There. Quit. Okay, maybe it is. Yeah, that's easy install. Just catapult GitHub. And here we are. Let's go to USB esoterical.online. And I want to go through initial, my catapult toolhead, let's go. Uses an STM chip. So make sure all of this is good. We'll just follow Esoterical's guide. Oh, what? Oh. I shouldn't have had the make in there. Make clean. And get out of here. And now we want to make sure that all of this is good. So this should run through. We'll just follow the guide here. Clone catapult repo into your Pi. Run the following commands to clone or update the repo. We did that basically. You need to adapt the below instructions. So we're going to go to flashing. That's where we are. Let's go hardware configurations for the LDO Leviathan 1.3. So the tool that bundles all the menu config and making for the installed components. I always struggle with that. Remember what to do next. Yes. Okay. CD catapult and make menu config. And then we're going to follow, right there. There we go. STM 446 743. 743 down here at the bottom. And build it. And clock reference 25 megahertz. And USB on PA1112, 128K offset. Support. Enable the status LED on PE1. Okay, that should be all good. Quit. Yes. And then, so that is that. We need to put the Leviathan into DFU mode. Hold the boot 0 button. So we should be able to go here and LS USB and see our 743 device. And now we go and, while still holding, press and release the reset button. So let me get a couple of non-conductive things to push these with. And just do a hold down boot and hit reset and let go of boot. Now we should see, we do LS USB again, we've got an STM device in DFU mode now. So now we can go back to the flashing instructions. So complete, so we're gonna make. So make -J4, right? That uses all 4 threads to It just makes it a little quicker is all. You can run make and same thing. It just takes a little longer. There we go. So, and then here, 0483, was that the 0483 DF11 is correct. So we should be able to take this. Nope, I'm just going to take this bottom one because I already did the make. Let's just take the bottom part and run that. Right? Yep, there we go. That error I think is normal. Yep. Error during download get status is fine. Still has file downloaded successfully. Yep. Now Catapult should, so we should be able to do ls/dev/serial/by-id. There is our Catapult, you see. Serial Catapult STM4743. What? Might send people to the stream in the future. Awesome. I'm assuming the add-on board has no extra MCU. That's correct. It's just utilizing more of the pins off of this MCU. Okay. So you should see USB Catapult device there. If you don't, then double click the reset button on your board and do the ls/serial/by-id again. So now we're going to install Clipper. So we need to go here to and make menu config. Mark, I'm glad I'm louder. Are you behind on the stream? Enable that. We're going to do STM 43, 128K, 25 megahertz, PA11, and this is probably that PE1, but let's double check. Go back to hardware configurations, Clipper config. No, we don't set that. So I was wrong. Everything else is correct. So let's get rid of that. Quit and save. And make, I don't know what might have been there before. -J4. Let's see if we need to do that. We might not need to, we might combine that. Go back here and go down to installing Clipper via Catapult. Let's stop the Clipper service. And then make menu config, board is already in hardware config, you can copy the Clipper settings from there. And then, yep, here we go. Make flash device. So let's go make flash device equals, copy this output from here. Copy that, right click, and enter. Go. Okay, there, that's the flash, and it is done. Can flash success. I don't know why that says that. Yep, that's correct. It says can flash success. Don't worry about the can boot or can flash success. We aren't flashing anything CAN bus. This is just an idiosyncrasy of the Clipper make flash tool. And now we can do the ls command again, and there is our Clipper. Instead of Catapult, it should say Clipper. I like to do the catapult part for all boards back to back because I don't have to change any of the CLI lines. And then I do clipper, feel like I'm on assembly line. Oh yeah, when I go to the tool heads, we'll definitely do that. Clipper should see clipper device there instead of USB catapult. Start the clipper service. So now we can start the clipper service again. Okay, next we can go back here and we should be able to go into our printer config, which is going to be all over the place because this is still the old config, but I do want to, I think, leave it as it is. Should be able to go to devices and see our device path by ID. So we can copy that. And we are going to change this to serial. This is all useless, so paste that there and restart method. Is that right? Command. Our toolhead board, let's comment that out. Actually, we'll just delete that because it's there. We're going to comment out the shaken tune and we're not going to use Eddie Duo anymore, so we'll just get rid of that line. I am going to do this so that I don't have to worry about whether I'm hiding stuff as I'm scrolling through here. When you flash the heads to set a custom unit that if the name of the tool instead of some numbers, you can, but I probably won't. Do you ever add a baud rate? I don't know if I should or what benefit that has. Okay, so ADXL stuff is all toolhead dependent. Let's just comment that out for now. Resonance tester, I'll go in and clean this up later, but I just want to get a happy clipper install first. So that stepper is all, should be okay. We'll clean that stuff up. Oh, auto tune. Let's turn off the auto tune stuff for now. Do you guys run any of the auto tune stuff, Nick or JD or anyone? End stops need to be set. Yeah, you're right. I was using sensorless homing before. We'll get rid of this. And is PG6 the end stop pin for? Here, let's go here and reuse this one. Actually, I think this is LDO motion. I do, yes, in performance mode for Z. Okay. We'll get that set up then. Let's go to guides and I have a bag of Albanese gummy bears. Be jealous. I am a little jealous. Why is that not coming up? Oh, man. Is the LDO motion site broken for anyone else? Let's see if it comes up in the other browser. The guides page is broken. Do they have this out on the docs site? Reloaded a few times. It's this one. This problem yesterday building my positron. Does anybody let Jason know? Reload. 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 Reloading isn't helping. Aha, I hit escape in the middle of the reload. I don't know if that made the difference, but as it was reloading, I hit escape. Okay, what I wanted to see is probably this page. Nope, this is the expansor. So this is basically saying which pins are connected to what for that expansion board. And this is the one that I want, and I want end stops. End stop X is PC1 and end stop Y is PC2. So let's go back here, PC1 for X. I did connect it to the X end stop. And Y, did I change? Okay, just making sure, there's lots here. Y is PC2, right? Is that right? Y is PC2. Okay. Let's keep going. Stepper at Y. Stepper Z is, I think that's okay. That'll end up being probe. And do I have any auto-tune stuff set up on these? It looks like not. So extruder, this is gonna, can I just not have an extruder set up right now? Let's find out. Just comment it all out right now. I don't know if it'll be happier or super sad. Heater bed, probe. We just won't have a probe. Is going to need a probe. But let's set this to PC3 just to keep it happy, because that'll, just to give it something. Bed mesh, fan. Don't think we need these right now. NeoPixel can go away. This is all going to change anyway. Let's not worry about the Stealth Burner LEDs include. And that's fine. Is that it? Do we potentially have a happy install with all this? All kinds of crap here. Save and restart. How are you commenting out a whole section at once? If you hold down the control key and hit /, it will comment out the line or highlighted lines. PC1 is used multiple times in the config. Let's find out why. Control F, PC1. So PC1 is the end stop pin for X. Where else did I use that? Direction pin. Okay, so, oh, that's why. This will be fun. I think I'm hitting the point where this may not be the greatest. Okay, let's see. This is an octopus, which means everything gets changed. Am I hitting the point of diminishing returns on this? Let's put this over here and this here. Maybe we can do this. Can you grab the RevD config? I probably should. I think I've hit the point where I'm changing so much here that there's nothing here that I'm really able to use. So where should I grab that config? Yeah, Control/ is toggle, so you can comment and uncomment. See, I can grab this and Control /, Control /. Just okay, I think I'm at the point where this isn't really useful. Should I think I should grab their default config. end of wiring and LDO docs gives a link. Yeah, let's throw this back over here. Is there a StealthChanger? Is there a config in here on their StealthChanger docs? Or do I need to go to the Voron 2.4 kit, RevD, where wiring guide, RevD. Down here. Yeah, I've just hit a point where I'm changing too much from my old config. So I don't think it's useful to keep going that way. Here we are. Software setup, clipper, set up your touch screen, printer config, pre-made configuration file. You can use our pre-made configuration file. We're still gonna have to change some things. We'll have to change. Yeah, I know that is going to change, but much of the rest of this is going to be correct. Let's just copy the, oops. Yeah, copy that. And I've got a copy of this on my local drive. So if I need anything, I can paste that there. This guy, we'll go and copy this again. And the MCU here. Paste that there. This, we're going to comment out. This is there. How difficult would it be to adapt StealthChanger to a Trident? I'll let the draft shift guys comment on if that could be possible or not. So I still want, where was that? Here we go. We still want this. I think over here. Here. Okay. Now we've got what we want. There we go. Maybe be testing now. It's a different setup because you don't have a Z component to your dock and undock, or at least a Z gantry movement. Okay, printer, core XY, all that is fine. Stepper X, I've got X. Stepper 0, PD. Is this even correct? Where do they put the steppers? Stepper 0, that's where I have X. So step pin is PD4. 4. Then direction pin is PD3. And enable pin is PD7. I'm just gonna have to go through and make sure all of these are correct. Uncomment for a 300 build. I think I have that. We'll play around with all these. PC1 is correct for the end stop pin. Our CS is not needed. Oh, I'm not doing 5160. Oh, that's why. That's why, is because they assume you're using the 5160s for X and Y. I don't need the... what do I want to do here? Stepper Z, PD4. Let's grab this. This section here is X. Save a little bit of copying. Hey, Dweens. X. This we're going to end up reusing for stepper 4, I think. Need to figure out where I actually plug these in. Yeah, I'm going to copy and paste the sections here. So I copied the stepper Z one because that's where I have X plugged in. Yeah. What nozzles do you use the most? 0.4. 0.4s. I mostly use Revo Obsidians. I see the config file again. It's just a whole different set of things there, Nogorat. Both of them are good. I think that one's going to be Z. Let's figure out where I did plug these things in, because let's see. I don't remember exactly what I did, so let's follow this along. It should get, that's that guy that's going down to here. So I did go 0, 1, 2, 3 is probably what I did. So this will be stepper Z. And we'll double check that when I stepper buzz it. I'm just doing reverse engagement. No, you're good. You're good. I understand. So that we're going to cut that and paste this down for stepper Z. Yeah. Paste that over that. There we go. So now stepper Z is correct for the that, except for this is going to now be whatever step is PB10, and direction is PB11. The inverted pin or whatever is all going to be different. Enable pin is is that PC0 or is that PG0? Is that PG or PC? PG0, I think. I don't know if that's not worth the thing. Those must be expensive. Hey, Peter. Okay. And then the end stop for Z is going to be whatever's on the toolhead. We'll just leave this right here. So stepper Z should be okay. Stepper Z1 is going to use the stepper Y stuff. So let's copy that and move this down to Z1. And stepper Z1 is going to use, that's going to be cut that and put this up on Y. This will be Y. Y. And then for Z1, step direction and enable are all going to be those for Y. And step direction and enable are going to go down to Z1. And we'll double check this. So this should be PF15, PE9, PF14. Yep. Okay. So that should be stepper Z1, stepper Z1, 5160 with the correct sense resistor stuff already in there. And then stepper Y is the stepper 1. So that's PD0, yep. And that is PC2 or PC12. Oh, let me get rid of this search. Oops. Close that. Okay, get rid of that search. So it's 12, 11, and PD2. Okay, so X and Y, Z1 and Z2 are correct. So now we just need to fix stepper Z2 and Z3. And those we need to get a expansion port. Is this? That is not going to tell us what we want. We need the expansion port docks, right? And they had, let's go here, motor dynamics and the expansion port. I think they have a different Leviathan expansion. Let's copy this for chat. I need the clipper config and the expansion config. So, whew. High volt stepper 2, high volt stepper 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Here we go. So this is the configuration stuff. This is basically Z2 and Z3. So let's throw this over here and here. So now Z2 is going to be step direction there. Those files, let's paste those there. And this is 5160. Copy that, paste this here, but this is Z2. And then the sense resistor is 0.075. I know this is a little tedious, but this is what we need to do. And then this guy is stepper Z3. And the Z3 and 0.075. There we go. Okay. That is all I have plugged in right now. So now we can go through and make sure the rest of this. So I'm hoping I can just comment out extruder for right now. Actually, let's grab all of this. I think I can do that, I'm hoping. Just get all of this commented out. And then heated bed should be fine. Probe. I think I can comment out. And fan and heater fan, comment those out. That should be, oh, we got PCB LEDs, we got all this stuff. Let's grab the whole section, comment those out. ADXL stuff, comment all that out. Chamber temp, apparently it's connected to a Nighthawk by default config, comment that out. And then the Nighthawk temperature. All of this stuff can go commented out. And I think, hopefully that's it. Let's save and restart. Option position max. Oh yeah, I didn't set that. So let's go back to printer config, and I forgot to uncomment like here. Oops. Comment that for a 300 build for Y, and uncomment this for a 300 build for Z. Hey, Hellspark. QGL locations, yeah, good call. We need to go down all the stuff that is uncomment for your particular size. What do we got here? Uncomment below probe point. This is ADXL stuff, accelerometer, so that can stay uncommented. Safe Z home. Gantry corners for a 250. Gantry corners for a 300. Comment that. And is that it? Oh, here we are. G32, uncomment for a 300 build. Comment that. Is this all? I'm not going to use a lot of this, but let's save and restart that and see what happens. Aha! Aha. We're missing is not defined in config. Okay, so this is because at the top here, we don't have a include. Does it say anywhere to do that? Include mainsail.cfg, right? Yep. Okay, there we go. We've got a basically reasonable configuration. So the orange was just warnings. You don't have things that should be there. Okay, now let's do, just since we're here, let's go to the machine and query the end stops. So stepper Z is triggered. I don't have anything plugged into that. But if I hold down the little switch for stepper X, I should get a triggered for stepper X, and hold down the switch for stepper Y, and I get triggered for stepper Y. So those work. Cool. So my end stops are correct. So now let's take this and get all the motion stuff in the right area. Hey, Phil. Yep. There we go. Okay, very first thing I want to do is stepper buzzes. So make sure that I have things correct. So I'm going to stepper buzz, stepper Z. So stepper buzz, stepper equals stepper underscore Z. Okay, so this first movement should be up. If the movement is down, then it needs to be inverted. If one of the other steppers moves instead, then I need to change my config. So we should see an up movement here first. And it did. So that's correct. So that's going to go for 10 cycles. Now we do stepper Z1, and this, you should be able to see this should go up first. Nope, it went down first. Now that is because these were recycled settings from what was the X and Y connections on the board. So I need to go in here, and with that information, we're going to go down here to stepper Z1, Stepper Z direction is inverted. Stepper Z1 direction is also inverted. So we're going to uninvert that. And I guess we'll just have to do each one and check where it's at. So let's save and restart. Need a plug-in built into that, Lazy Susan. I need a stop, a way to stop it. At some point, I'll figure that out. But just having it has been an amazing difference. So now with that change, this should go up in the first movement. And it did. So that's good. So now we're going to switch over to Z2. And we're going to stepper buzz Z2 and watch for its first movement. So it needs to be inverted because it went down first. Down on here is a negative Z direction. On a trident, down is positive Z. So, and then while we're here, so we can double check, so we can figure out what we need to do, Z3 is correct. It went up first. So now we're going to go in and change the config for stepper Z2. We're going to invert that and save and restart. And we'll run Z2 again, and that should be up first. Yep. Okay. So amazingly, I got my stepper order all correct, and they all the TMC configuration is happy. That's actually pretty amazing with how much I was bouncing around between files and copying and pasting. So next, let's check we should be able to home X and Y. That's probably the best view. So I did want to mention do I have the old files? This little end stop pod, which is a modification that Nemi made. I had installed this and wired everything before. Someone commented, I don't remember if it was in the video comments or whatever, mentioning that I might have wired it wrong. Whether I had the commons connected or whatever. I did have it correct. They are just basic switches. So as long as I'm wiring to the outer pins on these, they're in the normally closed configuration. I flipped the Y one so that the trigger point is at the top. So it's hitting the extrusion now instead of in the slot. And I also took 2 millimeters off of it because I had at least almost 3 millimeters of extra space. So I gained back another 2 millimeters of space with the modified part here. So, yes, stepper buzzing X and Y is next. So we're going to set here and we're going to make sure that X and Y are correct. So X, and that is buzzing stepper B. And these are all really loose. I haven't set belt tension, but they're high enough for this. And then stepper Y. And it is buzzing stepper A. You want a common ground in both switch signal and normally closed. Yep, and that's what I did. Okay, so now that all the stepper buzzes are working, we're gonna check our directions on the for homing. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna be right here ready to trigger X if it doesn't go in the right direction, just so I can manually trigger it so we can at least record what's happening. So I'm gonna home X. Now it's not going to work because in this configuration, it has to home Y first because X is way back here, but I just wanna see which direction it's going so we know if our configuration is correct. So when I homed X, it moved positive Y. So we're gonna go over to the docs.vorondesign.com, and we're going to go to the, where is it? We don't get, there's the menu, and we want the build, I think, and initial startup. We'll just go to Voron 2 here. That's not what I want. Can I just scroll down? Oh, someone's changed this. So let's go Voron 2, main cell fluid. I don't care. What we really just want. What is going on here, people? I just want to get quickly to this diagram right here is what's important. They made that doc a little overcomplicated, I think, for just getting to info. So X moved in positive Y. So it's either this one or this one. It's one of these two. It's either steppers are swapped or stepper A is inverted. So let's find out where Y goes when we try to home it. So if the carriage moves in positive X when I home Y, then I know I just need to follow that thing. So let's go Y, and I'm going to be ready to trigger it manually. So, yep. So when I homed X, it moved positive Y. When I homed Y, it moved positive X. So that means we follow this here. And all I need to do is go in there. Stepper B is okay. Stepper A, we need to invert. So the stepper A is Y. So we're going to go over here and go to machine and printer config and go down to stepper Y. And we're going to invert the direction by putting a exclamation point there. That diagram is so useful across any of the Core XY printers. Doesn't need to be Voron, anything. Save and restart. Hey, buddy. So now we are going to home Y first because the system is designed to home Y first. Before I do that, I want to make sure that if I just move this back, I hear it click there. And now I'm going to move X and I hear it click there. So I just want to make sure that moving this manually, the trigger point I put on the carriage here from the mod is actually triggering that. So let's home Y. There it goes. Okay, it didn't retract from the end, which we don't want it to. If this had moved back from the end stop, then I would need to change the configuration because I need it to be all the way at the end when it homes X. So now we should be able to home X. Hey, Hasio. Awesome. We're homed. X and Y homing is good. So very cool. That is there. Now, now we can get back to doing an umbilical, get tool 0 set up. Is that the next thing? Firmware reports the correct temp. So yeah, that's definitely makes me think clipper bug. Interesting. If you uncover something there, that'd be very helpful. Cool. That is good. I do want to work on the next thing. Oops. Let's get these stoppers off because otherwise I'm going to forget. Everything is held in place now. So all those little stoppers I had in the rail holes. I don't know that my bed two things. I don't know that my bed is in the exact spot that I want it based on where the nozzle travel is. So let's do I do a little bit of that? Don't you dare sit on my keyboard. Oh, we got 17 minutes until we're giving away some filament. Are we at 50% like ratio? We are not. We're at 370 people here. That's nuts. We need a few more likes to hit that 50%. See if we can hit 200 likes in the next 16 minutes. Okay. Couple of things I want to do, but I think it would be easiest to put a tool head on it. So I think the next thing is put a tool head on it. Okay, we'll just do one tool head and figure that out. That's going to be a whole umbilical, then can install software and do a full home. Yeah. And then I can move the tool head around in X, Y, and Z and shift my bed here, because my bed probably needs to shift here to where at Y0, I'm at the front of the bed, and then make sure that I have enough room for the ball, the sex ball, and all that kind of stuff. So let's get tool 0 set up. So tool 0. Hey, Joseph. And this is going to go on here. And right now I'm going to sneak in there and adjust these magnets. So, yeah, these guys. These guys move in and out, and it needs to be adjusted to where they are just touching when this is setting in the dock correctly, that should be just touching the front face. Kind of hard to see, but it's good. Hey, Grabbin. So Chicago bolt, or where that comes from, and an alternate industry term for it is sex bolt. It uses a similar setup with a ball on the end, and that's why it's called a sex ball. That is a normal term for that kind of fastener. Okay, so that tool is in place. That holds nice and steady. That's why I think there's 4 N52 magnets holding that tool in place. I think that when I turn the printer over, it'll hold in place. It's not someone being childish. No, it's an actual thing. Okay, the rest of this adjustment I'll have to figure out. But just to get this thing homing and grabbing, I think we're okay. So let's grab the bits and pieces we need for that. Here's a thing, and a thing, and another thing. And some printed things. Here's the printed things. Yep. Being childish. Okay. Now we get to figure out how this works. So we've got a cable here that is probably far too long. something I don't like about these is that they are bundled up, which means they're not a nice thing. Yeah, let's keep things on the up and up, guys. I brought that up because as an education moment. Let's not bounce off of that or go off of that. Okay, so I don't like that, but we've got stuff that's going to hopefully hold that in place. I think there's some documentation on this. There's the inverted eddy current probe alternative, which seems to be gaining traction. It's less, yeah, that would be really awesome. I really am interested in using an eddy current probe for offsets. Hey, Print and Brew. Oh, we got 11 minutes. How are we doing? We hit over 200 likes. Have the treats worn out? Here you go. Okay, let's go. What kind of documentation do we have on this? Do we have umbilical? This guide will guide you through the assembly of an umbilical. So, spring steel can snap rather easily when bending. Before bending, heat the area with a blowtorch or lighter. Do we really need to do that? I'm not prepared for that. I guess I could be. Does Oscar tend to stick with you and Felix with April? Yeah, for the most part. Felix is very much loves to sleep on the bed. So... we've been herbally elevating the cat again. He doesn't need any herbal assistance. Okay, let's see here. More information and photos can be found in Nemi's original user mod. Heat up the spring steel and bend it into shape shown below. The first bend should be done 12 millimeters from the end and bent to 180 degrees. The second bend should be done 6 millimeters from the bent end and bent to 60 degrees. Insert the spring steel into the relief from the rear. The bends done earlier should be resting inside the relief. So let's see. This is a, here, I'll show you. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can see over here, but talking about hanging it with a weight, here is a cable here that I've been hanging for a while for exactly the idea of seeing if it will, if it will straighten up. I've done the same thing. Yeah, Conic Fab. Okay, let's look at the parts. Where is got a bunch of these over here. This is set up to do that. From the rear, the bends done earlier should be resting inside the relief. I see. So if we have this, so we have this piece, and we have the spring steel here. Warm the wire up a little with a hair dryer. Nothing hotter. A hair dryer is not going to do a darn thing to help bend this. You are going to need to actually heat it up. Oh, are you talking? Oh, you're talking about the wire. I've got my mind on this spring steel. Hairdryer is not going to do a thing for the spring steel, but yes, I have tried warming the wire as well. I've tried warming that as well. With varying success. Oops, sorry. I just bopped you on the nose. Jeez. This wrap is kind of annoying. Oh, this is going to go. This is going to go. Whew, there we go. I think you printed for the ant head. Make sure you put the cable in the TPU sock before terminating everything. I printed these. Cable in the TPU sock. Yes. Yes, for sure. I need to put the cable through here and all that. I'm just seeing how well all of this stuff. Aha. That goes in just fine into that bit. But the other one is going to go through here somehow. Let's see if I can get a better look at this. Put it through this way first so I can see that one easier. That does not want to go through there. Let's see if I can give it a little. There we go. That'll go through there. So from the other end, woo, that makes funny noises. These are flexible. They're flat spring steel. I'm just messing around here, trying to figure out where I'm at. Oops, and I just bent it. Didn't mean to. The sock is not documented. Terminating the spring steel on the sock. You will need to figure out. Feel free to ask questions. I'm trying to figure out where that opening is. This side, where does that come out? Oh, all the way at the bottom. That's why. Okay. So there, this. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I could get that through there. This will end up bending through, and then you make that little bend here, and then this will go and snap into there. And then right here. Wrap gets star string, just wire, typically bronze or other source options from local retailers. Needed some shortest, just order it online. What are we talking about? Oh, I don't know. I haven't actually looked to try to source this stuff. It's a... And then how long does this need to be? Is there an indicator on how long I should make this? Is that fun? What do we got here? 3 more minutes, so we're giving away some filament. Short enough not to gouge your panels. Yeah. Okay, let's look at these documents. Let's go through here. Was tool at longest point of travel? Well, yeah. I guess we can figure that out. Is that fun? Starting at the toolhead end, we've got this. Install the cable and PTFE into the terminator. Install the cable and To the relief, you need to make sure that the cable length inside the printer is enough for the tool to reach all four corners of the bed without pulling too hard on the umbilical. Space the clips evenly and attach them to the cable in PTFE. Okay. And then install the relief into a port of the umbilical plate. And then plug the cable into the tool head and double check that the tool head can comfortably reach all corners of the bed without pulling on the umbilical. Check that the terminator is still in the 100. Oops. What the hell? Oh, you're hitting the space bar again. Check that the terminator is still in the... Oh, there's both of them. Okay. Am I supposed to bend this on both ends without the other thing? Because this would indicate another bend on it. You got the bend back here. This is another bend. That's okay. Well, and then 10, that completes the umbilical. It's a good idea to try one out before committing to the rest to make sure the length is adequate. You will not need the terminator. You will be terminating it at the sock. Yep, I was getting there. There was the Nemi's original mod. Let's look here. So this is kind of showing pictures of bending. Have you found that you actually need to heat it up to bend it, or is it okay? That does that. Feed the spring steel through. That's a different, so just kind of going through and looking. Now there is so now this guy is different. So this guy goes through here, and does that just stops there. So I guess that just relies on friction to hold in or something. All links to what I'm doing here are in the description. That doesn't go in any further. So that just stays, and then a zip tie or something to hold it in place. The LDO stuff, you're not sure. This, when I was bending it, it seemed to bend pretty easily. It is time for Steve Builds 3 seconds. Okay, let's give away some filament. Let's give away some filament. Put a small bend at the sock end to stop it from coming out. Okay. Okay. Wheel of names. Let's do that. Let's get over to the link and responses and here. Okay. Filament giveaway time. Let's get a view down here. The new way of doing this is I am going to roll the Steve Builds cube, and I am only going to reset the count, the number of times that this comes up. So get your entries in, or you play the game and see if you make it in time or not. Okay? So we're gonna roll this, and I am going to start counting down. So it is the Steve Builds logo. So it's my choice. So 3, I can stop this at any point. I can restart as many times as I want. If this has come up at 3, with 3, then I would have reset a maximum of 3 times. So 3, 2, 1. Better get them in there. I'm not kidding. Let's turn this off. bet it's loaded to 6. I don't know. I mean, that's the 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Done. There you go. Okay, let's link this out. Great. Who got in there? Tuxedo got in there first. Bill was in there second. Who got in last? Banner. Conic Fab got in second to last. Let's paste this in. Ah, boy. Oh. Time out that. Who did not get in? Who was playing the game and lost? That's what I want to know. Who played the game and lost? Let's do a number between 1 and 17. That's right, Tuxedo. Think I got in an hour ago. Well, if you were an hour ago, you're good. 1 and 17. Who do we got here? Print and Brew said 11. Let's do 11. Oops. Bring this up. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Spin. Who do we got? Roll a Polymaker filament. Apicala. Apicala. Congratulations. Say something in chat if you're here. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Apicala. Congrats. Are you here? Well, I guess they're all at. So, P. Picala. Print and Brew, thanks for becoming a member. They're here? P. Picala, awesome. Congrats. Let's see here. Congratulations. Paste. Oops. Let's. Okay. Now. There we go. You are there. So let me get over to my email. That, and then, oh boy, it's getting crowded. Copy the email and there. Okay, you should have an email from me. If you don't get it in the next couple of minutes, and shoot me a DM. Otherwise, congrats. Awesome. Delete those. Unpin. And we ended up with 243 likes by then. 370 people here. That's awesome. Let's get this out. Keep hitting pause instead of mute to talk. I do that all the time on live streams. I intend to hit mute so I don't have to catch up to live. That done. There we go. Save that. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let's see what we can do here. We've got a little bit of extra room here. We can screw this up a couple of times. So let's go to the documentation and back to step 1. Here. So heat up spring seal and bend it into shape. The first bend should be on 12 millimeters from the end. So let me get a ruler. And first bend should be done 12 millimeters from the end. I hit it with a Bic and it went red in seconds. Didn't take much. Yeah, that it won't take much, but I want to see if this particular stuff will bend okay without the so I'm just gonna grab it there 12 millimeters from the end and just see what this does. Bend a right angle, and then it says 6 millimeters from the end bent to 60 degrees. So I'm going to start this one. So that's basically halfway and just a little bend. I don't know what exactly 60 degrees is, but I think for you it will, but for anyone that tried to bend it back, yeah, you get one try at this, and then this bends the rest of the way in. I don't know the best way to make that complete bend. Maybe just my finger. I don't know what the best way is to bend that all the way around. When is your birthday's on Wednesday, Bill? I'll have to make sure we stream on Wednesday then. Where's the other pliers? Thinner pliers. Getting this all the way around is an interesting thing, especially with all of this hanging out. Okay, so something like that looks like, and then this is gonna go in this piece. So this goes in. You're back this week? Awesome. Get that there. That goes up in there. Oop. Only 12 people will show up. That goes in. That. Does that look reasonable? I think this one could probably use a little more of a bend. That wasn't 60 degrees. There we go. There. Does that look right? I didn't need to. It didn't feel like it was going to fail. And then this will go in here, and that does make it snap in there pretty good and hold, and then it still comes out. So I like that. That worked. Okay. So from another point of view, so I had these pieces, and this is dried filament. I still get all these artifacts. I dried this forever. And a little bit of stringing in there, so I'm going to hit that with the heat gun a bit. I dried that forever, but otherwise I think the print quality turned out pretty good. Have you been liking the turntable? This is fantastic. Turntable has been awesome. One thing is that these are somewhat fused. You can kind of grip it and pull that apart. I found a good way to do this is just taking a driver of some sort and just kind of pulling it through, and that opens that up. Doesn't take a whole lot, but I just used I printed this on my Mark IV. So I used the profile, and then I had to adjust PA to get good corners. Put the clip pieces on first, then the sock. Ah, yeah. But I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do length of stuff. Trying to figure out how cable lengths are. So, and where things go through. So what are we doing? I don't know what the best camera angle is here. We've got lots of variables here in what we're working on. We've got a cable and a PTFE tube and this thing that seems to be like a one and done. You only get one shot of putting it on this end here. Let me see if the heat gun takes care of any of the string that's inside of this. Yeah, that did pretty good. That did pretty good. Here, let me grab, so that wasn't needed to be printed. That's the old piece. Let's grab 5 of these. Okay, so I have a bunch of little clips and this and that. I want to try, because I have an extra, I think. Yep, there's an extra. I've got a few extras. I want to show how this does. So this is one of the plates that I didn't end up needing. If this sets right there, this comes on here like this. That will clip on there and hold in place. The cable will go through there and plug into the tool head here. So all of this is right here, right? Going to cut up the TPU over time. Might be better to use a super long nylon zip tie body. I don't know. We'll find out. Now, the last one I tried of this was basically a one and done. I could not get this back off. Ah, there we go. That one came off. I'd be afraid of pulling on the tool head like that, like I had to do there. So I'm hoping I can figure this out in one go. I'm thinking if I put this in here, that's there, and then figure out where this set, maybe just kind of grab this pretty much over here. It's kind of where it's going. How well does this do that? I mean, this seems like it's quite a, there we go. Okay, this goes here, and then we put this back up here. How much does that seem? This is a little fiddly. How tall does that seem? Does that seem too tall? Can I get this to set anywhere? Playing with clock springs. Do you have the top hat built? I do not. I'm trying to figure out how I can run this through and figure out how long this really needs to be. And it's not, it would be nice if there was a hole in here just for just for the testing of this piece. Top head is 200 millimeters, but can't get this to set on here nicely because things are in the way. No, because this stuff is very, very stiff and I'm off to one side or another. It would be really nice if, because otherwise I'm going to bend that if I try to zip tie that somewhere. Oh, I know. I was trying down here. I was going here and here to either of these spots. But holding this all together with that in one spot, it doesn't seem very, I don't know. I want it to be somewhat tight. See ya, Andres. But then getting things around and figuring out where that actually was, it's not a fun setup. Not a fun little activity here. What's the best way to figure out how long this should be? I can't really hold this in place and get a good idea of how much this is going to be able to flex. And then keeping it from, which is the, this thing is far too long is the problem. For this particular little thing, I don't think there's any way around it. There's no good way of being able to pass through that just to be able to move it around. Well, I can always, well, I don't know that I can always shorten it after. Not very easily. This sits here. This goes. What about using a piece of Bowden tube instead? What's the best way to cut this stuff too? Let me see what I have for. Let's use these. This will probably do it. The end of the steel can move all they will. At all, they will damage the part. Everything depends on just how fast often. Yeah. That right there. That goes there, there, there. Over here looks to be the furthest point for this. I'm just wondering if I can cut this just a little long over here to make it just a little easier, a little less, a little more wieldy. And then I can zip tie it and really move things around and see. So I think that, here, let's just cut it right there because that's going to be way long. Okay. That did it just fine. Now I'm going to take a zip tie and zip tie this here. I got the length using the wire by hooking the wire to the tool board, then adjusting the length by sliding it in or out of the cable inlet, then match the spring steel. I see. There. Now I've got a piece I can move around here. So this is right here. take this off and move it over here. Reaches just fine. That reaches everywhere. The question is, can I go any shorter than that to reach over here? Because right here, we're sitting. Oh, wow. That's plenty of room. 200 millimeters is about, that's reaching about 170 millimeters right there. That's at about 170 millimeters above here. And then this, of course, is going to move up just a little bit for undock moves, but that seems, oh, and I'm not necessarily, I don't know if I'm necessarily at the, oh, I'm at the dock, and that's what matters. Where is the height? Let's move this up. Move this up about as high as I think it'll go. And then we can move this over. Oh yeah, that's pretty much about as high as it's going to be able to print anyway. The docks are already at nearly the max height. It needs to reach the corner for printing, but just as important is the tool doesn't pull the umbilical taut while doing QGL. Yep. So that is pretty much, it looks like max Z height is about where it is when it does the dock and undock motion. So I think this is a good indicator of where it's going to be at the max point, and then get down here, and this is going to be the very furthest point that it can get to. So the front corner here is where that is. So I think I can actually pull this a little more, because I want that to be not pulling on it. We can keep that pretty, probably quite a bit looser than that, because even if that's there at max height now, that is now just under 200. So I think I'm just going to leave it right there where I randomly cut it. I think I'm just going to leave it. What do you think? Where I randomly cut it, I think I'm going to leave it, because that at the dock location is about a centimeter under max, or where the top hat's going to be. Now these middle ones, do I want to make them that much tiny bit shorter? Because they'll end up, if I make them all the same length, then we'll create a dome across here. A little bit for the bend at the end, it'll be good. Yeah. Can always cut it shorter. Sock is probably higher than where you zip tied the spring steel. I get it. Yeah, this is going to go on here like that. This is going to go in there, like that. So that's pretty much where that is. And that is definitely, I think, over the 200 millimeters. You made them all match in an arc. Okay. Yeah, that's like 203. That is like 203. So that'll end up going a little shorter than that. I might cut another. You made them all match in an arc so that it kind of forms an arc across here. The tool head is completely at the back. Won't the umbilical end up higher? If you're printing all the way up at the back, yes, but not by much. Not by much. I don't know if you can see it, but following that arc, let's do this. Following that arc all the way to the back, let's go here. It's going to be printing pretty much about there. You watch that. If I go back here, that's not going by a whole lot. It does move up a bit. I'm going to probably cut another centimeter or two off of here, and I think I'll be fine. I think I will cut another centimeter or two off. And that will make it that'll make it about 20 millimeters under the top. And then when it goes all the way to the back, it might just be barely touching. Yeah, this will move up just a bit and then move out of the way, but just go ahead. I'm going to cut about a centimeter off at a time, and check this. That way I can keep moving. So that's a centimeter off. Let's put it in here. Oh, that does go all the way through. I didn't know that went all the way through. What does it actually, it poked through before I was stopping. Where does this end up? Where does that end up? It just goes right through the middle of that, which means it's going to stop right at the end of this, right? Wherever that end is. So I think that's still going to be right there. This is here. This is here. This is that centimeter. It's just under 200. Coming back here, I held that about there. We are, yeah, I guess it is like 240. So that is quite a bit colliding. Is the manual saying to create a loop stop from pulling out? There is nothing in the manual for this exact setup. There's nothing in the manual for this exact setup because the sock on the end here is a mod. Okay, so that's there. That's plenty. Okay, let's continue. Let's take this off. Probably be fine touching, but if you know, it's okay. Let's see. Where's the cable? So, cable is going to go up through here. Did I grab the same one that I heated? No, there's the one I heated. There's the one I heated up. So these guys go up through here first. That's going to come through here. And then that, oh, we can take this zip tie off that I put on here temporarily. I want to say it'll probably be fine touching. Oh, yeah. So this is going to plug in right there. This comes around and we'll plug in there. So let's pull this off and this should go all the way up into there, right? It is a bit of a tight fit. Probably having to do with my print settings for TPU. Let's see what this looks like. There's a little, I don't know how much of this is accounted for. The overmolding here seems to be, maybe it stops before we get there. Maybe that sticks out a little bit. Let's see. That's there. It's there. And that goes on to that bar, looks like. What do we have? It'll go around there. The zip tie there. And what is that notch there for another zip tie? Does zip tie go through here? Does that pull this way or does it pull the other way? Is there a picture of this? Let's see if there's a picture of this on Nemmy's. I want to go, this was Nick's, this is Nick's mod though, right? And I think it's under, yeah, Nick's mod. StealthChanger, user mods. This is something that I'm sure will get cleaned up over time, but there's a lot of mods are in the main StealthChanger repo when they have to do with some of the other things. Like this NH36 sock is what we're looking for. And umbilical sock for the Nighthawk 36. And this should probably get moved over to the wire management section. Just to hold sock together where there is a split. Okay. There's some pictures here of these going on there. And let's see if there's anything. So cable needs completely fed through before termination. Tie wrap should be put into the mounting point and the front of the tool capturing the mount inside the sock. Oh, I see. So what that does, what this zip tie does, what this zip tie does is grab around here so that can't pull out, I think. Is that right? And then the other one is to hold everything closed. So this one is to hold this closed. This one is to pull around the front and grab this bottom piece. Is that right? Okay. That means that let's put this on. Let's see what happens. I'm doing it. That goes on there. That is plugged in. You can probably even insert 2 zip ties, one on hole, tie both sides. That is possible. That is possible. I like that. I like that. Actually, that thought did start coming up in my mind. See if that will zip tie through the back as well. Might be too late. Let's see if this will come off. Go. Let's see if I can get 2 zip ties in here. There we go. I did. I got two zip ties in there. One of them is backwards. So let's put this one back in the other way. There we go. You can't see what I'm doing here, but okay. There we go. Okay. So now I have this on here, this here. This is going to go down past that. Just kind of gently get this popped onto. There we go. So that's on. I've got a zip tie going around the front and one going around the rear. This is a bit of a tight squeeze back there. Let's see. That way, and okay. See if we can get this. Okay, something like that. Okay, now that goes on there. This guy. This guy will end up going in here. That has a stop. So then we've got a bunch of the cable pieces here. So this will go for through all of these to split them. There we go. That will go through that, and these will go over this. Like that. I know PTFE, I'm working my way there. I'm figuring this out. So that'll do something like that, and these will follow along. However many I feel I need. PTFE tube. It's good. 2.5 millimeter ID PTFE. Let's just cut these. Have to redesign that sock. Yeah, this is very specific to the Nighthawk 36 stuff for this build. The camera angles here are not ideal. Is this as high as it'll go? Yeah. Okay, I've got this to here. The PTFE. So I've got this can come out of here. That's a nice little clip into there. This is going to end up going on here. This just slide through? Probably not, because of the heat shrink on the end. Yeah, there we go. That's not too bad. There, and that'll hopefully slide a little bit. Yep, that'll slide when I... This will push through here and under that. this will go through there. Ends up being quite tight with this cable in there. And we get more of these. This is why I will do more of these in between streams. Just popping these apart. Break those apart. I may reprint those back pieces because that was before I adjusted the PA, so that could be impacting the fit. Okay, so those are all popped apart. This ends up going all the way back. So we got one there. Other one. Got a small side and a larger side. So the cover behind the toolhead board, what do you mean? Anything I'm using here is either default files for the project or linked in the description as a mod I did. Or I'm using, not did. I'm using. It's either regular files for the project or a mod that I'm using. The mount should be in the SYN user mod and PCB36 mount. Yeah. I don't think I can post a link in here. Here, let me get you set up here, Nick. That is a moderator. There, you can post a link, Nick. Then ask Toolhead and stay heated during the entire print. You can change that. That's a slicer setting. And one more. I'm gonna use all 5 on here. Comes a band hammer. You should be able to post any links that you want there, Nick. Okay, that's looking pretty good. No terrible background there. The stream info, that goes there. So if that does that, this can pull through here a bit. Just kind of try to get all this the same lengths. Setting up, that can go there. Should be blue, it should be. But I don't know if it'll update until he posts again. Yeah, you're a moderator, Nick, so it may not change until you post. Okay. I just added him. Okay, so that is there. We can continue to be looking to see how this now. Oh, he's finding the link. Got it. So if we did that and put that there, this goes back here, and that sets. There you go. That sits at about 230 millimeters, so that's high. Does this have to, because I'm not at the max height for my rails, but should my, look at where I'm at. I'm within a centimeter of the max travel of my rails here. And is that going to be enough to get this docked or not? Let's pull those off and get a better look here. Let's pull these off. Mastermind, how you doing? Okay, let's move all of this up. Be careful because I don't have any stops back there. I need to print some stops. Just trying to move this up to the max height. Jeez. It doesn't like to move up that high. That is pretty much max height right there. Get that to stay there. Max height right there. I just want to see if I need to adjust these rails in order to get this. Oop. That's about where I would be comfortable with it going. And now if I move this forward, no. It's right on the edge. Is it normal for me to need to? Yeah, that won't come off nice. Shh, I need to raise my Z rails then. I'm over traveling a little bit. Move to a rail limit and probably even move rails up a bit if needed. Okay, I can do that. I agree on the safe over travel. There is a certain amount of that. Let's go. That's probably about 3 or 4 millimeters right there. Right about there. Let's see. Ooh, it's right there. That would put it in place. That's our max travel there. I think I may, because they don't need to be the rails don't need to be in this exact position. I may shift the rails up. In between streams, shift them up 5 or so millimeters just to make sure that we can hit that. But part of this is also making sure that we're at our umbilical It's normal to do that. That's fine. That's fine. It's just something I didn't immediately anticipate. And that's right. At the dock position, it is just under yeah, I'm going to add extra Z. We look at this, put the tape or my ruler back here. I'm just under 200 millimeters when it's docked. So then if we go to the, oops, and I'm in the way there, but we're gonna end up being quite a bit over the back. Right there is like just under 230 halfway. Short rigids. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'm using shorter. They're not really rigid. This is the whopping puckered Rock'em Sock'em Z joints. You're right. This is shorter than it would be. So that's definitely a consideration. That is exactly why. Yep. Good call, Justin. So now just from a dock point, let's pull this down. And if we go all the way down to here, I think we can pull. I think I can get rid of some of this length. So we'll shorten that a bit. That looks like I can get rid of a bit of length there. Yeah, let's move that out of the way. So I've got quite a bit of slack here. I think I can get rid of, probably pull another 3 or 4 centimeters out. And then, so for my build purposes here, because I'm using those, let's see where the carriages end up at. Ooh, that's another thing I need to change. This is a little tight here at max. So I need to give myself some more slack. My normal setup, I don't run it that tight. So I'll pull a little bit more on that Z umbilical so it's not pulling so taut on that at max Z. The printer is sitting on a Lazy Susan and it is fantastic. I love it. So let's put this on put the tool on here. We're figuring things out. This is part of any custom build. So we'll move this down to minimum. Basically, where the tool touches. Make sure we're level on there. And so that's really close to the nozzle touching the bed. And I've got 24 millimeters, 25 millimeters of rail showing on the bottom. So I can move my rails up very easily 10 millimeters. So I'll move these up probably 10 millimeters just to make sure I have all the travel, and then I'll put stops on either end, on the bottom and the top. So yeah, this is good. This is good info. So I need to give myself some more Z umbilical, just a few centimeters extra. I can probably pull 4 centimeters out of the umbilical. We'll work on getting all the correct lengths. Yeah, that's good. Why don't we Is there any reason not to do some of this? Remodel the Z-rail mounts over adjusting all the rails. Oh, remodel these things? Oh no. So the reason I wouldn't want to do that is part of this mod is stiffening up this joint, but still allowing the ball joint so things can be compliant. If you make this taller or whatever you would need to do, you're going to compromise that. Since I have 25 millimeters of extra rail here that I'm not using, I don't think there's any reason why I shouldn't just raise these rails 10 millimeters. You still may need to move your bed to the rear. Oh, that's something we can check here. So all the way at the front, let's see how I'm doing. Oh yeah, I can move the bed. I can move the bed forward a lot. Probably like at least maybe 10 or 12 millimeters. And if we go all the way to the back, that'll give me probably about 7 or 8 millimeters of over travel, which I need. So let's I am going to build the top hat. Yep. We will do as many episodes as we need to. So let's move the bed forward, because I'd like to get that in its spot. So let's loosen all of these. So let's get this all the way to the front here and make sure I'm pretty level. At about there. That is right there. Yep, the gantry's pretty level. Better to have over travel in the front for StealthChanger. It gets you in more printable area away from the docks. But I need enough over travel back here if I'm going to use the Chicago ball, right? That's right there. That's right there at the front now. Most of my printing is going to be here anyway. If I call that good, because that's right there. What are you doing for X and Y end stops? This little pod here, this is a NEMI mod. There's the Y end stop, and then on the side is X, and there is a, let's see that bolt that sticks out there? That triggers the X switch. Okay, so that is there. And if you see here from my bed stop, that gained me uh, 6 or 7 millimeters of space back here. You can put probe at the front. It's really your choice. Just thought I would mention it. That is a good call, Nemi. That is a fantastic call. That is a really good call to put stuff at the front, because then I do maximize my travel. I like that idea. I like that idea. Let's move these back again. And anything against FormBot kit, is it worth it to pay 40%? Is it 40% more? I don't have any direct experience with FormBot kits. Let's put that back at the end stop, and then, oh, well, I'm losing travel no matter what. Nemi, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm at exactly 300. I'm right on the edge of the bed there, and well, I guess well, that's okay. I guess that's where it needs to be, right there. I've got over travel in the front. I'm exactly where it needs to be in the back. I think that's okay. I don't have any experience with the FormBot stuff. From everything I've heard is that they have gotten better over the years. Yeah, it is a 305 bed. That is true. I think it's good. I'm going to make sure. Yeah, it's 305. So maybe we can even go back another few millimeters just to make sure I have enough front travel. Yeah, let's do that right there. That gives me a little bit of extra leeway there. Make sure it's square. It's right at 20. It's right at 20. That is where I want it. It's not wise to print at the exact edge. I get it. I just want to, like I said, I'm trying to maximize my usable area and then making sure I've got, right now, the way I've got it set up, I should be able to hit all 300, and I've got a full, a little over 10 millimeters of over travel in the front. So I think that'll do it, right? I think that's enough. Yeah, that's why I'm moving everything back based on the suggestion there to put the sex ball in the front. And that will maximize or minimize this notch that you lose, this notch here. And then we can move these. These can get tightened down. And then these guys can move back. Check your build plate tab handle. Yep, good point. Make sure all that'll work out okay. Yep. Up a bit. This guy, this particular build plate is fine. But other ones, there is a consideration there, that's for sure. If I had to, I could put this in sideways. And then it's not a problem. Pull it up from here. So that'll, if I need to. Yeah, don't search for that. Search for Chicago bolt. So you can put that to the side. You can do whatever there. That is okay. Okay. Then the next consideration, like I said, is moving these up. Moving the rails up a bit. So how am I going to do that? Let's do that. Let's do that for one of these. That's going to be fun. I think what I should do, just so it doesn't impact them, is pull these. Pull those out a bit. Now this will move and doesn't get impacted by that. And then these will all loosen. And we'll have to move this around. Daniel, how's it going, man? Run rush for this build. Are those XY joints something you modded, or are we getting a sneak peek at something? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what your eagle eyes are talking about. Buy a kit that fits within your budget. The general thing I recommend with any kits, LDO, it doesn't matter, is know what it comes with. Okay, so that is loose. Let's put one of these guys down here just so that doesn't fall off the bottom. There we go. Then let me get some rail alignment guides. These will work. Oh, Jim. Yep. I was one step ahead of you. Maybe you were ahead of me. I just didn't notice. The bed further back to gain more Z travel, especially if your print object is positioned. Oh, I've got it moved back. I already did that. I'm not worried about Z travel though, in general. This should, there we go. We're gonna move these up. I'm just gonna move 10 millimeters. 10 millimeters above the bottom of this, above the top of this. And then that'll give me enough room to make or print a Z stop to put in there. Just as a just in case. There. Okay. And then always find putting, oh, not quite big enough. Grab the bigger clamps. What are you using for leveling on this printer? The tap is built in. Tap is built in. There's the 10 millimeters. Now, let's get these kind of lightly tightened. Just put it in, hold it in place. Go. Now we can move this. One more. There we go. This is kind of a pain. So tight, tight, tight. Tight. Tight, 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 and more up here. Tight. Danny, thanks for the gift of memberships. Would beacon cardo be an option if one so wanted? So the problem with any of those type of solutions is then you need to run a umbilical just for your carriage. So there, so I am just going to use the tap solution that is part of the build. Okay, so that is one moved up 4 millimeters or 10 millimeters. That'll give me plenty of travel to be able to dock and undock. I do need to put new end stop and print some stops to keep the rail from potentially falling off the end. So Kenneth, I need to do that. Not only do I need to do that 4 more times, but I need to do that on the back here that I don't have access to clamp these in place. So I'm just gonna have to be more careful with how this sets. Okay, let's put this on the bottom there. So that'll be a little rubber stop there on the bottom one. And then these guys can tighten back down. Now again, I'm doing this mostly because I have a modified Z joint here that I didn't anticipate this being an issue. Okay, there's one. I've been working on this thing live. Let's shut it down. Ooh. I'm gonna have to do that to all of them. I'm not gonna do that this moment. I would like to flash this tool head, get this tool head running, I think, before the end of the stream. That way we can get that done. I can do some work between streams, and next time we come in, we will be doing like calibration and stuff. So let's do that. Let's get one of these hooked up. Let's get one bed or one tool head hooked up and flashed and get it to home Z. And I think that'll be a good stream. What do you guys think? Does that seem reasonable? Hey, Ram. So I am going to end up, when I'm done with this, cutting these down. I'll probably do a small, like tucked in behind service loop like that, going down into each tool. Because I think it'll tuck there fine, but I don't want it to be quite this long. But for the purposes of this, I'm just going to populate these and plug it in. So, and no, we're not going to dock and undock. That's a whole other, we don't have time to get it configured for docking and undocking today without this being a 7-hour stream. There's a lot more to go before doing that. I'd like to get it hooked up, get clipper flashed to the toolhead board, get that happy, and get it to home in all 3 axes. So, what is the pinout for this thing? Where is that documentation? Oh, do we have that? Is that on the Hexa? Hexa here. Yep, there we go. So, go for 8 hours, then plenty of time. Yeah. I need one of the 6-pin connectors. And what do we have here? This is going to plug in there. That means that 1 is shielding ground, so that's nice and easy. 1. It is not a CAN bus splitter. This is a USB hub, basically. So 1 goes there. Let's see if we got, yeah. 1 goes there. Which is data, do they have color codes for what these are? Where will I find? How has the build been up to this point? Mostly docs, mostly CAD referencing. No, mostly docs. They've done a pretty good job of the documentation. Have you seen this? This is the basic layout of the documentation. We've got build guides, the assembly. But if you go through little bits and nice 3D stuff to go through. So there are some gaps still, but I couldn't tell you exactly where those are. Kind of in this end stuff. Lots of progress. Yep. Where is there Nighthawk Hexa? Let's go over here. Let's go here. I'm trying to figure out the wire colors here, which is what? Maybe I'm missing where those docks are. That's where I just was. I want the Nighthawk 36 toolhead. Does this have a... Oh, it is. It was right there. Was that here too? No. So that's missing here. This is missing. This really should have a color in here. Their Nighthawk 36 has color. So this helps. So we're gonna, it's going to be the same thing. 1 is no connection. So they put 2 for the shielding and ground. So they put that in position 2. So we'll do that. So we're gonna follow this and basically position 2, position 3 is a ground, but we don't have that. So we'll just go in the middle, I guess. Nope, they want it in position 3. So let's put it in position 3. So that's ground, black. In newer versions, ground and shielding share the same conductor. So that's going there. And then 6 is 24 volts. So that's goes right above 3. So above the ground is the 24 volts. This is a little annoying in that the wires are not pre-twisted to the same, you know, whenever I crimp a connector, I'm paying attention to where the wire twists, and I'm having to twist that to plug in correctly. And then 5, the middle one is white. These are all over the place in how they crimped. And then the next one, 4, is brown. Okay, so that should be the setup. The orientation of the terminal here is not consistent because it has to go in the correct way onto these connectors. When they crimped them, they did not pay attention to that. So now let's push these in. Make sure they're pushed in all the way. There we go. Okay. Now Now, it doesn't really matter where we plug this in. It's a hub. So just plug it in closest to the end here. Maybe we'll just go in the very end one. So it should plug in there. Have you had a chance to mess around with the CNC all-wheel drive kit you picked up yet? No. No. And I don't have yet, or whenever, the one that you worked on, the LDO one. I've talked to Jason about it, but I don't know what it would go on is the hold up. Anyway. CNC Quad XY. By the way, Mastermind, I'm really pushing for a change. Our printers don't have wheels. Quad XY. Okay. I connected, put the connector on the end of the wire. We should be able to power this on, and we should get power to the toolhead board. Okay. Maybe they should. Maybe. I mean, what is it? The Prusabot whatever thing they had at 3D Printopia? That one rolled around. Okay, that is there. So if we power this on, we should not get smoke there. Woohoo, light. If we can put drone motors on a Voron, we can surely put wheels on one. Our printers don't have V wheels. So your argument is not valid. Ha. That is triggering properly. I don't know how much it needs to move up to trigger. Yeah, just a little bit. The wheels are in the drive gears, and this are the drive. It doesn't matter. Quad XY. Not all wheel drive. Vez will forever have my whatever for coining that. I think it was VZBot that coined that. Okay, we have power. Let's do the configuration. Let's see. Powered on. Get over to here. Switch wire has one V wheel for the key back pulled, but it's an actual V wheel. You people. Let's go back here. Log in. It does not. It does not. It takes a whole lot more to say all-wheel drive than Quad XY. Or come up with another one that makes sense. Just not all-wheel drive. AWD. None of that rolls off the tongue. No, that's Hexy. It's Hexy when there's 6. Oh, our reverse Bowden. That's another one that's an annoyance. Okay. dev/serial/by-id. Okay, so there we are. So our toolhead board is being recognized. I don't know what version of Clipper is on it, but we can grab this and put it into our config. So let's go here and go to the printer config, and we're gonna just grab this, uncomment that, and we'll put this here. Put that there. Now, this is an RP2040, so I don't think restart method actually is valid for this, right? All wheels drive, current implementation still have a lot of idlers. It is valid. Isn't there a different thing for the RP2040 though? Okay. And then we can go in and stepper Z, we can set our end stop pin to, where's our pinout diagram? Here we are. We have our probe is GPIO 10. So let's go, this was called, I'll end up renaming this, but it's NHK right now. So NHK colon GPIO 10 would be the Z end stop, right? Or we can go virtual end stop probe. That's probably better. What is that? End stop. What is the XY? Virtual end stop. What is the exact? It's TMC virtual end stop. What is the? How can I figure that out? I don't know that off the top of my head. What should I put there? How can I figure that out? No end stop position, yeah. But what's the virtual end stop? Do we have it in docs? Okay. Software. There we go. Clipper configuration. Configuration overview. Existing config. Probe. There we go. There we go. That's what we want, right? And stop pin. Control. See. There we go. See, this is our 4.5. So that's my excuse, and I'm going to stick to it. So now we go down to, there, we can still do that, but probe here, we can uncomment now, and GPIO 10. There we go. Offset is going to be 0. And then we can also probably just uncomment the extruder stuff. And make sure gear ratio is not going to be correct, but we're not going to extrude anything today. All of this should be okay. And all this stuff can get uncommented because this is all correct. And I think that's okay for right now. We could, is that gonna work? Let's Let's see if our NeoPixel works. Put pin PCB LED. I don't know what that is, but we'll leave that. Okay. Save and restart and see if it's angry. It is not. And our Nighthawk is a little bit behind. We can, oh, it's 13. This is 12. So it's quite a bit behind. So let's update that. Yeah, but we have extruder temperature. It's happy. So let's go and update USB.esoterical and hardware configurations and LDO Nighthawk 36. Okay. Let's go Clipper. Make clean and make menu config and RP2040. Since it already has, I'm pretty sure this already has Catapult on it. We'll double check, but I'm gonna set this up real quick here. Clipper config. 16K bootloader, USB, that should be right. And inverted GPIO 8. So that is correct. So let's go to the initial flashing or updating for RP2040 is what we're going to look for. So updating Clipper. So let's quit, save, sudo service Clipper stop. You can take the opportunity to do a custom name for the ID to make them easier to tell apart. I could. I don't know if I want to though. Let me look at that in between streams and I'll come back after. Okay, so make menu config. Once you have the correct options, press Q. Now you can flash Clipper to your board using the existing Clipper. Or you can find it, then you can simply flash Clipper while using the device ID. Oh, that's it? You don't have to put it in catapult mode? Okay. You don't know if it's been a while that a historical guide for USB's been up. I only been aware of it today. Oh yeah, this has been around a while. It's pretty fantastic. So I think I can just do this. Actually, let's just grab that. Is this gonna work? Make flash, and then we want this guy. Let's see. Hey, Kiwi Dave. I guess so. Awesome. Start Clipper back up. And we should, oops, that's not what I wanted. Go back here. And we have them both at the same version. That was easy. That was easy. So before we home, I should be able to trigger. So now probe, and now if I lift up on this, it is triggered. So our probe is working. I lift up, query again, it's triggered. So now let's check to see where this is going to home. Oh yeah, I'm ahead of you there, Nick. I didn't read your comment until I did it. Yeah, I didn't have to put it into boot mode. I was kind of expecting to put it into catapult mode or something. Let's scroll down here to whatever home setup is in this. Save Z home. Oh yeah, so here. This would have failed. So this is intentional. So this is set in the default configuration to -10, because that's not a reachable area. Because they want you to make sure that you're going to go and change this. So we're gonna set this to just 150, 150. Let's clean that up a bit. Oops. Okay. See you, Neil. XY location of the Z end stop switch, update -2, use quad to level gantry. Okay. Let's save and restart. I think we're ready to home. I think we're ready to home all. Okay. Home all will do. Oh, thank you, JD. Thank you. Home all. Good call. Good call. I've forgotten about that. Let's go to the docs and config homing sections. Here we go. So does it cover this? Has its own homing. Clipper toolchanger has its own homing routine. We're going to set this up next stream. I just want to get it working now. Is this mentioned in Nemi's end stop configuration? Oops, that's not what I want. Configuration. Ensure that you have homing rebound Y and the tool set to 0 and sensorless X and Y set to false. Will be in the example actually, but you will need to change it a bit. Where am I going to find that? Where am I going to find that? Examples. Let's go examples. And toolchanger. My mod assumes you're using Clipper toolchanger. That's fine. This is just examples then macro. Okay. Understand that this is just me getting things pre-tested. We'll do Clipper toolchanging when we come back next stream. Yeah. Where is the... Okay, well, we can still do this. Let's go printer config, go down to homing, safe Z home. So what we actually want, I think, is homing override section. I think what JD is saying is, why don't I just manually home X, Y, and then home Z? Let's see if that works. We can cancel if not. I think that would be enough for the test. So let's home Y. It's nice and slow. And then home X. Okay, and then home Z. Yep, there we go. Now I'm going to force it to home to my hand because that's the first home. I wanted to make sure that it was going to trigger. Never home for the first time into any of your end stops. Trigger them manually first. So now home Z. You will save yourself so many toolhead crashes by triggering stuff manually first. Tool would pop off, and then it would hit the end of travel and still crash. But that worked. That's awesome. Can this QGL? I guess the worst thing that'll happen is let's try it. QGLing. Tap is bed friendly. Yes. There we go. Awesome. Rad. It doesn't like that front corner. I don't know why. Oh, you know what? Is that hitting? No, it's not hitting the little bumper I have there. I do have a rogue magnet there. Right here. Yep. So what happens if you don't have a tool mounted? How do you find Z0? You don't. You don't. You have to have tool 0 on there. Just like my, just like the Mad Max, it won't home without a tool on there. It does not like that front corner. It is 48 volts on Z right now. Yep. That is awesome. That is really good progress. Let's go. Let's see where. This is something else that I want to do. Is we should go to G0Z or X0. No, Y0 is what I want first. There's a mod for toolless homing. So what do you do to position for Z position? Okay, so if we go to Y0, okay, so our position end stop is significantly off. So actually what we can do is, because that is right on the nozzle, right there. The nozzle is right on the edge of the bed. Maybe a little bit over, maybe a little bit forward or towards me or you of the bed. We should still need to home after T0 pickup. You set up the shuttle as its own tool and have an offset from T0. But how do you know what position you are in Z for that first grab of the tool? There's a lot of, to use one of the eddy current probes, you need an extra umbilical going back, right? That doesn't seem ideal. Oh yeah, all of the QGL locations need to be tweaked. But since this is right at the corner here, I should be able to go in, right? And in the printer config for Y, change our position min to minus whatever total travel I can get. Let's say minus 10. See you, Scott. It's used so you can use a beacon probe, which is USB for eddy probe. But that doesn't help, Ken, because that would require that you have it set up on a tool. You need its own umbilical going to the carriage. Use the original Voron Z stop so you don't need to a wire on the gantry. Just find Z0 with the shuttle and then use offset for each tool. Okay. Okay, so if I set that to minus 10, does that work? And will I then be able to move to minus 10? So home Y. Because right now the end stop position is pretty perfect. Might tweak it just a little bit to get it right on the edge of the plate, but and then let's go, oh, and then Z. Now we can go G0Y0 should pull me to the edge of the bed. And then I should be able to go minus 10. Yep, there we go. So now I've got, still have my 0 position here for slicer and stuff. And then I can go an additional 10 millimeters, and that looks to be right exactly perfect, judging by the gap here, being as there is no gap and there was no skipped steps either. So I think that's about right. What about Z end stop switch on the bed, like Trident? That's what they were talking about, is you could home just the carriage to an end stop switch and then set your offset so that you can grab a tool at that point. But the next problem is that this is a 2.4. It is not uncommon for the gantry to sag, and when you're off on your QGL, you're not going to have your precise positioning to pick up a tool to then do QGL. Plague, we do the giveaway 2 hours ago. We do the giveaway just about 2 hours ago. DJ, this is 3DO ASA glass fiber Ratrig green. Okay. That is, can't without something on the shuttle probing. Why would you not have a tool head on? And honestly, it's not a big deal to grab this and throw one on there. Just put it there. take it off. So here's something that I'm noticing that, oops, let's go here. I need this to be shorter anyway, because I can see this rubbing across here and catching at, well, I am at -10. So let's go back to 0. But still, a little shorter is gonna help this from rubbing against here at 0 at the lowest point. This is a good opportunity to go up and see where our max. We've got a PTFE tube that's got to come through here. T0's on the shuttle, ready for the next sprint. Take that through there. And through here. How do you home Z for the gantry to pick up the first tool head? You don't. You make sure that there's a tool head on it. Go. Fortunately, I need to go. Have an awesome. See you, Nick. Thank you. Appreciate your help. So that's going to be touching there. Do I want to? I probably want to have a little zip tie pulling that way. On the StealthChanger, how tall is the upper extension? 200 millimeters. So is it something that I want to have a little zip tie kind of pulling this over towards here? I think that probably makes sense. Let's just do that. That way we can get a good idea here. Well, otherwise we're gonna really restrict, because we're gonna be bumping against and catching in between here if we don't. Yes, that is a good point. That is a good point. Let's just move one of these clips all the way down. There we go. Fantastic point. Fantastic point. It will add a little bit, but that is not much of a bend there. And I just want to see how big we can get at least, I would say at least 100 millimeters. It looks like we can do at least 100 millimeters in, that's the first time. I didn't actually realize you could do that. You can type your position into here and hit enter and it'll go there. I didn't realize you could do that. Did anybody else not realize you could do that? Just type a position in there and it goes. I just did it because it seemed like it makes sense. I didn't. I assumed so, but I'd never actually done it. Just make sure purge tower placement is not under the docks. Yeah. You found out like I did? Yeah. That looks pretty good. That's comfortable. So at least 100 millimeters. You could probably squeeze a little bit more. So basically 100 millimeters and then, so 100 from 100 millimeters up from the bed, which see you, Tuxedo. And then let's go plus in Y until we're ahead of let's go here, ahead of the tools here. So we're probably easily, I don't know how far, here, find out. How far does a tool stick out? We put a tool on here. It looks like there's a little bit of a stepped. Looks like there's a little bit of a step there. Get up to 100, but as you go higher, you probably need to lose, and we probably, realistically, you could kind of do an angle here, but at the most, if we go up, yeah, 95 is what I would say. I would say 100 millimeters and 95 millimeters in is a good notch. Does that look about right for those of you that know? Hey, John. I guess slicers will now need to have an option for exclusion zones in Z. Yeah, I don't know. Is that something you just have to kind of figure out on your own? So you can go about 100 millimeters high. If you keep everything, you're right. If you keep everything 100 and back here, you can go full height. But you can squeeze in 100 millimeters high in this first 100 millimeters of volume. I know there's a magnet here. I'll just leave that there and see how many people notice. That's what we call safe Y and clipper tool changer. Oh, okay. There's a similar value for the index that's set. I've got mine set, I think, to 26 millimeters. Or 26 is the value. Basically, need to stay behind your Y safe in your config, so typically 125. This is a lucky magnet. Oh, that is pretty good. I'm going to play with the umbilicals between streams. But that is pretty awesome. And then we go to the back here as they kind of cap the 5 hours of streaming. The PTFE tube is going to go through here and plug into the ECAS fitting on this side. And then I'll just plug another one in here to whatever filament solution I end up using. So could you try out the umbilical without the steel strip, just Bowden and cable? I don't want to pull it out right now, but I guarantee that this is just going to fall all over the place. Just from my experience with other stuff, especially this this USB cable here. It's just going to be floppy. Major floppy. Can you do a manual tool change? Yeah, I like that idea. Let's see. Let me turn off all the steppers and move this up. This has got to move up quite a bit. this is going to move over and in, and this has got to move up a bit more. And then it comes in, sets like that, and then it goes down, and then moves back, and then moves over here, and moves forward, and then moves up. There we go. Moves up, making sure I don't run the carriages off the thing, and then moves back and moves down. There we go. A manual tool change. Success. Awesome. I am pleased. That was good progress. We have a homing printer. We have a tool head set up. I do like the idea to some degree of naming the tool heads. It's probably going to be some helpful. So I'll go and do that, and I'll show you that process next time. I think, let me just, I've not done it, but I'm pretty sure you just go into make menu config and USB ID, and is that right? You can change it right here. Why are there two of them? Why are there two here? No, that is where you do it. That's where you do it. You change the USB serial number from chip ID, and then you can name this whatever you want right there. So this would be, you can just say like tool 0. So, okay. So because I want to actually, let's just say tool 0, quit, yes. And then we can probably do that right there. I'll just do it, and then I don't have to show it next time. Yeah, you need to make sure, like Phil said, you need to change it in between. And then we should see, yeah, Clipper's immediately not happy. And you see there, we have tool 0. So now we can copy this and go back to our config, because we didn't stop Clipper before we did this, but that's okay. And then we paste that right there and save and restart. And there we go. Now it's happy. And we have, and we can probably go in, and we'll end up changing the names in HK, or I'll probably just change all these to tool 0 through tool thing. So if I go in here and do a find in HK, and I'm going to change that to tool 0 and replace all. Save and restart. And now we have MCU tool 0, and there will be tool 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's what we'll come back to when we return to this build. Now, this is the last stream in this build for several weeks. I am not streaming next weekend. I will be doing something else. And then coming back, we're going to be working on the Voron 2 Serial 0. So Voron 2 Serial 0 is a high priority build because it needs to be done for, and a little preview of the printed parts. It needs to be done for San J. Mortimer Rep Festival because it is being raffled off for the San J. Mortimer Foundation. There is a link in the description to purchase raffle tickets for this. Documentation will tell you to put each tool in its own config and walk through naming the MCUs. Okay, we'll go through that, Nemi. But yeah, all these, this is Voron V-Lock wheels. Those are the Z wheels. This is Voron 2.1 parts. Little Mobius extruder. These are all printed in Ambrosia ASA glass fiber. They all turned out fantastic. So that is what we will be doing for only a couple of weeks. Normally a full printer build would be several streams, but because this has to be done, I will be doing long streams and I will be doing frequent streams. So Wednesday content and Sunday content will be that build until it's done. And a supplementing midstream or between stream work if I need to. So, yeah. So that is what we're going to do. And then once that's done, we'll come back and finish this. So that gives me a lot of time to get the umbilicals all set up for all 5 tool heads. We'll come back to that already done. But all of the configuration will come back to me cleaning up the... See, this is a little tight here, so I'm going to extend that, make that a little longer. So, is that thing? Yep, that's still working. Oops, there we go. Putting each MCU in its own config is good practice regardless. It still does, has problems. Doesn't Clipper still have problems with the PID values and stuff? When you do that, that's just the consideration that you have to account for. Is it doesn't, when you hit save config, it at least used to have a really hard time if those were not in your main config. Check, Phil. So, see ya, Gucci. Save config sucks that way, but you can put the extruder section in for just the PID values in your main config and then have everything else in subfiles. That's one way around it. But once it's there, it'll work fine. Once there's the config file at the end, this is what we're talking about, is if you go to printer config and go all the way down to the, oh, it's not here because none of that's been done, but if it's already here, then I think it'll work. But if it's not, the first time it'll error out. So anyway, thank you everyone. I really appreciate you hanging out. Nice 5-hour stream today. So of course it's fixed in Calico. Thank you for gifted members. Thanks to Polymaker for letting me give away Filament. I am once again undecided. It depends on what I have for Wednesday. It depends on how much else I have going on, but keep an eye out on whether I'm going to stream on Wednesday or not. With that, hope you have a good rest of your day. Hope to see you next time. Remember, 2 weeks from now is next time, unless I do Wednesday. So take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.